You're in bed. It's late. The house is quiet. And then you hear it. Not a bang, not glass shattering. Footsteps. Slow, heavy, deliberate. And the thing is, they're not trying to be quiet. So you freeze, because your brain is trying to rationalise it. Maybe it's the house settling. Maybe it's nothing. But deep down, you know exactly what this is. Someone is inside your home. And they didn't break in to steal your TV. They're walking around like they have all the time in the world. And that, to me, that's the most terrifying kind of case. Not the ones where it happens in some dark alley or a random street, but the ones where someone comes into the one place that you're supposed to feel safe and turns it into a prison. Because what do you actually do in that moment? Where do you go when they are already inside? The cases in this video, these are the ones that stay with me. As always in these kind of conditions, before anyone makes any assumptions and throws wild accusations on the internet, I am not naked. Okay? Not naked, we've got a bandeau on, it's just very, very, very hot. I always just like to clear that up because one time someone actually commented on my video and was like, "You're so disrespectful. Who talks about true crime with their boobs out?" And I was like, "Ma'am, excuse me, my boobs they're tucked away. What I have of them anyway, they're tucked away. You just simply couldn't see my top." Anywho, Hinterkaifeck farm, this was built in 1853 and it was owned by the Gruber family, and it was a kind of home that was passed down from generation to generation, very much the home of a rich, wealthy family. It was located 43 miles north of Munich and it was situated in the state of Bavaria. Now, let's talk about the members of the Hinterkaifeck household. That is going to be a real tongue twister. I'm going to end up being like the Hinterkaifeck, the Hinterfluckflank. So, first up, we have the head of the household, and that is Andreas Gruber. He was 63 at the time. We then have his wife Cecilia, and she was 72. They then had a widowed daughter by the name of Victoria Gabriel. Now, she was 35. She had moved herself back into her parents' home alongside her two children, Cecilia Jr., who was 7 years old, and Josef, who was 2 years old. So, Andreas Gruber, right, stays in this big farmhouse, looks like he has it all together, and he really thinks he's the main man. He thinks he is hot. But his neighbours, the locals of the small town, they all knew exactly what he was like. They knew him for his aggression and his brutality toward his own wife, his own daughters, and his own grandchildren. Andreas was the kind of man, if he wasn't happy with you, you wouldn't be having to guess that fact. He would very much make you aware of it, because if he wasn't happy, he's probably going to be chasing you around with a pitchfork or a shotgun. He was the kind of guy that if you were walking down the street and he was on the path that you were on, you'd most likely cross the road, pretend you didn't see him, just to avoid him. And this was simply because he was just known to be so angry and unyielding, and the kind of guy that was so quick to anger. Like, God, if you accidentally scuffed your shoe on the pavement and it knocked a wee stone in his direction, he is going to want to beat your ass. If you owed this guy money, he'd remember it for decades. And if you crossed him in any way, shape or form, he'd make sure you regretted it. Now, people would state that this is a very common trait between farmers in Bavaria. They are very stubborn and hardened due to the conditions that they work in. You know, they're working through harsh winters and tending to a farm year in, year out. But I'm sorry, like, if you don't like that life so much, you could sell your farm for a small fortune, or you could get helpers on the farm. So don't say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I've just had a really harsh winter, that's why I punched you in the face." This guy would just build up his anger and his stubbornness. He would marinate it in a pot until that pot couldn't hold any more, and then he'd explode. And if I've not painted enough of a picture for the way Andreas was, These harsh, brutal winters, the ones that apparently gave him like wee temper tantrums, were the same brutal and harsh winters where he would lock his own children in the freezing cold cellar for days at a time. And allegedly, he once had a daughter called Sophie who died from the very conditions that he locked her in that cellar with. As I said earlier, the Gruber Hinterkaifeck farm, this was one that was passed down through the family, generation to generation. So as you can imagine, at one point, it eventually became Andreas's. This was now his farm, because at this point, this was when your worth was tied to your property. But as you can imagine, just because he was deemed to be important does not mean that he was well liked. Neighbours just had no time for him. They didn't want to associate with him because they knew this is a kind of guy that just holds too many grudges. Like, if I accidentally looked on your path when you were having a bad day, you're going to hold that grudge. The guy has more grudges than I've had hot dinners. Now, his wife, Cecilia, she was described as being more of a shadow of Andreas than she was a partner or a wife. It appeared to outsiders looking in, and even those close to Cecilia, that Andreas very much ruled every aspect of her life. Cecilia was a very hard-working woman. She had been all of her life, and she practically raised Victoria all by herself. So, Victoria Gruber Gabriel, of course, because she's a widow, her married surname became Gabriel. She was described as growing into a very beautiful, striking woman. She was tall, she had a strong figure from all the years of farm work. She was the type of girl that every stable boy wanted to be with, and every maid wanted to be. She was described as having this really beautiful singing voice. She stood out in the church choir. It was known that if you were going to go see Victoria, you probably hear her before you seen her because she was always singing. Now, I'm going to briefly talk about how Victoria ended up becoming a widow who she was married to. So she had married a man by the name of Carol Gabriel. This was in 1914, just before the First World War. Now, he was conscripted into the war. He was on the Western Front, and apparently, allegedly, we're not entirely sure, but sometime later in 1914 or early 1915, he would be killed on the Western Front. Now, there was speculation as to whether this had actually happened because Carol's body was never returned. His body was never seen again. It was believed that Carol hadn't actually died. He had basically faked his own death so he could escape and vanish from his wife. And I was getting to wondering, I was like, why would someone just up and flee from their wife? Like, surely if you're in the war, you're dying to get back home. Like, who goes to such lengths to escape their own wife? Well, I think the kind of man that would do that is the same man that finds out that his wife and her father are getting it on. Yeah, we're going there. We're going right into incest town. So yeah, we've got daddy and daughter, a bond closer than any. And the thing is, this wasn't just some kind of like lurid rumour that someone was making up to get back at the family. This was very much true. Andreas and Victoria, they would be convicted in 1915 of incest. Andreas, he would be sentenced to a year in prison, and Victoria, she would be sentenced to a month in jail. However, her sentence got suspended, but Andreas very much had to serve his year. And listen, this in itself is a hefty scandal, and can you believe it's going to get even worse? So in 1915, Victoria, she would give birth to her daughter Cecilia Jr. And then in 1919, she would give birth to Joseph Gabriel. And listen, all of this is fine and well. Congrats on the kids, Vicky. I hope you have a wonderful life with them. But where this gets messed up, right? Bearing in mind, Carol Gabriel, he was said to have passed away in 1914 or 1915. Victoria claims that Joseph, who was born in 1919, was Carol Gabriel's son. Now listen, I'm not good at math, okay? I do not claim to be a mathematician, but something's no lining up. Because no one's pregnant for 4 years. And I don't believe there was any like frozen sperm that was being inserted. So like, how was this happening? And this is when major news broke out within the Bavarian community, because it came out that the father of Josef was Andreas Gruber. Did you see it coming? Yeah, Me too. And of course, to the public, Victoria and Andreas, they just acted completely outraged by such rumours, such nefarious lies. And to be fair, there was talks of many other potential suitors that Victoria might have had. One in particular that is very important to the case is Lorenz Schlittenbauer. Let me double check. Yep, okay, Lorenz Schlittenbauer. Save me. Genuinely, if you could see my script notes that I've had to write up and the way I've had to phonetically spell every single place, face and name, it's tough out here. So Lorenz, he was a farmer in Groburn. He was also a widow himself, so things in common, love to see it. And honestly, depending on who you asked, Lorenz, he might have been Josef's father. Or potentially, he was just the guy that Andreas liked to blame all of his problems on. Lorenz had apparently been involved with Victoria for a brief period of time after Carol had passed away. Who knows? And apparently things were getting serious. You know, this could have been the real deal. There was talks of a possible marriage. But then Daddy Andreas, he gets wind of this and he's like, sorry, my daughter and my girlfriend, and you want to marry her? No. And he puts a stop to any happiness before it even starts. Now, somehow, Andreas had got all of this working in his favour because this guy Lorenz, he was paying child support for Josef, a son that he was like, this kid ain't even mine, I'm sitting paying for his daycare fees. And unfortunately for Lorenz, this would keep him tied to the family a lot longer than what he wanted. That was until he decided, I'm going to announce the scandal. I am going to announce to the world, well, to Bavaria, that these two, they're getting it on. And that kid isn't just his grandchild, it's his child. Not only this, but Lorenz, he would announce that Victoria and Andreas's incestual illegal love affair was still continuing after Andreas was released from prison. Yeah, I mean, some people don't learn. Now, the Gruber family, they had a very strange place in the social standing within Groburn because they weren't, like, banished and they weren't outcasts, even though like most people would have preferred it to be that way. But they still went to markets, they still cut deals with neighbours and participated in local affairs. But it was very clear that there was this wall between the locals and the Gruber Gabriel household, and I mean this wall was probably built and developed by Andreas, and the bricks used was probably grudges, enemies, and plans of revenge. Now, the Hinterkaifeck farm, it wasn't in the heart of town. It was actually about a kilometre away, and it was surrounded by fields and forests and little windy roads, which was perfect for a family like the Gruber Gabriels who didn't want to be involved with anyone. And whilst they're in this little bubble, it definitely didn't stop them from being the topic of conversation and the topic of public gossip. But I mean, listen, Andreas and his family, they're basically handing out kindling to fuel that fire. I mean, come on, like, incest. Now, these murders, they didn't just come out of nowhere. It was something that seemed to build up over time. I mean, a short amount of time, but time nonetheless. There would be many strange occurrences that would take place, but one of the most notable ones was when Cheshire Dreiger, the maid of the household, she just up and quit one day. Very, very abrupt, and she was saying that this was because the house was haunted. She didn't feel safe in the house. She was convinced that there was evil spirits and demons inside. She had said on many occasions that she would hear these really unsettling sounds coming from the attic, and there was no explanation behind them. I mean, the whole entire family would be downstairs, and yet it sounds like there's someone up in the attic walking around. Now, Josef and Cecilia Jr., they were also terrified about these sounds that were coming from the attic. It wasn't just Crescens that was hearing them. They had said that they would hear the wooden beams creaking at all hours. They would hear these shuffling footsteps, like someone was just shuffling around up there. Don't know why I did that face when I shuffled, but here we are. I mean, if the thing up in the attic was shuffling around like that, I think I'd get a fright. But it wasn't just this. There would be doors that were locked suddenly being unlocked and left open. Items from the home had started to randomly disappear or be misplaced. There was tools going missing from the shed, and even at some point, the keys to the house and the keys to the barn were stolen. but by who? And it wasn't just the people in the house who were feeling this unsettling feeling. It was very clear that the animals on the land were feeling the same. Dogs were growling into empty corners and dark hallways, and the cows, who were usually really placid, were suddenly mooing all the way into the night and the morning. It was almost this sense as though something terrible was coming. Victoria, she had started to feel like there was someone watching her at all times, especially when she would go out to tend to the animals. She said it felt like there was thousands of eyes on her, and she slowly but surely became a shell of herself. She was pale, she was anxious, she was constantly looking over her shoulder. A young woman who once sang her way through life suddenly stopped. She didn't have it in her to sing. She was too anxious, too sleep deprived. Now, Andreas, he tries to play all of this off for a period of time, right? And he says, it's just a mystery helper. It's literally just one of the neighbours coming in, tidying up for us, feeding the animals, just doing like nice neighbourly deeds, because no one would dare cross me, Andreas Gruber. Like, this family, if they went out, say they're on a day trip, they're going to the market, they're going to go sell cheese in the local square, right? Someone was coming into the house and doing their cleaning duties. Like, literally cleaning their house and then feeding the animals, tending to their fire. Like, everything that they would do, their daily routine, was being conducted by someone else when they were out. And Andreas is like, nothing to fear, nothing to see. Someone's just trying to take the weight off our feet. And whilst he's grateful, or, you know, at least pretending to be grateful and unafraid, this would be something far more sinister than any of them could imagine. Because it was very clear now that whoever this person was, they weren't just lurking outside or in the attic anymore. They had obviously been watching this family, lurking around the home, learning their routines. This basically says to them, I know when you're home and I know when you're not. I know what time the animals are fed. I know it all. I've seen it all. I don't know why suddenly I sounded like Santa Claus there. I know when you're sleeping and I know when you're awake. But I mean, they probably did. Now, it would actually be later revealed that Andreas at one point had mentioned that he was hearing whispering and muttering coming from inside the walls of the home. Right? But he laughs and jokes it off. He says like, oh, you know, it must be the devil coming for me. And I mean, like, I could see why he would believe that. Because when we get to the end of this case, there are going to be some shocking revelations. So in March of 1922, Andreas would find a strange paper on his porch. This paper was a Munich newspaper, which no one in his house got. It wasn't something he was subscribed to. But ultimately, he thinks, you know, it's probably the postman. He's probably mixed up someone's post with my own. But it would later be revealed that not a single person in that area in Bavaria was subscribed to the Munich newspaper. So where did that come from and what did that mean? Then the keys to the farmhouse, they went on a permanent walkabout, right? They disappeared. No one could find them. Everyone was saying that it wasn't them that had touched them. The kids got blamed. Victoria got blamed. But ultimately, nothing would be found. Not only this, but there would be footprints that led up to the farmhouse. Bearing in mind, it's very snowy at this point. It's a harsh winter. Footprints came out of the forest, came out of the woodland area, led up to the house, but never exited the house. Those footprints only led inside. Now, the print within the footprint, like the print of the shoes, didn't match anyone's in that house, and they were too big to be anyone's in that house. These were large, they were deep, that's what she said, and they looked very deliberate. It was like whoever was doing this wanted that family to know that someone who doesn't belong in that home is in there. Now, Andreas, he did mention this to a few of the locals, that he had found these prints in the snow, and he was asking, you know, was it you? Like, do you know anyone that might have been up at my house? The locals tell him that they have no idea what he's talking about, who it could be, but they said, if you're worried, call the police. But Andreas, he refused, because he needs help from no one. The same evening, the shuffling in the attic would also be heard by Andreas, and he went up, goes to investigate. He's got a weapon in hand ready to attack. But when he goes into the attic, no one and nothing is in there. Now, there would also be a strange incident reported to school friends by Cecilia Jr. She had stated that her mother Victoria had fled from the farmhouse on Thursday night, March the 30th. This was apparently because there was a violent quarrel between Victoria, Cecilia Sr. and Andreas. She had ran away for hours, and when she was found it was clear that she had been hiding out in the forest. She didn't want to return home, and why was that? So then on the afternoon of Friday the 31st of March 1922, the new maid would arrive at the farm, and this was Maria Baumgartner. She had been escorted to Hinterkaifeck by her sister, and it is determined that this sister was the last person to see this family and her sister, the maid, alive. And no one could have imagined that this day that started like any other would end in the most unimaginable horror. Now, very quickly, before we dive into the details of the actual murders, let's just refresh our minds regarding the surroundings of the farm. So, Hinterkaifeck, it's not in the heart of town, it is about a kilometre out. It is isolated to a certain degree. It's surrounded by fields and forests and windy roads. These windy roads were dangerous to travel in the winter. Also, the forest and the woodland was also dangerous to travel. It was really slippy. It would be easy to get stranded, and let's be honest, if you get stranded out by Hinterkaifeck, Andreas probably isn't going to give you a bed for the night. And as much as this family loved their isolation, this was almost too isolated, because if something did happen, if anything was amiss, no one was going to know because no one was out there. So that same evening, Andreas, Cecilia Sr., Victoria and Cecilia Jr., they would be lured to the farmstead barn one by one. First up was Andreas, who would be lured out to the barn where he would be murdered. After he had went out and been murdered, it would then be Cecilia Sr., who then entered the barn and would also be killed. It appeared that there was no sign of struggle, there was no sort of fight that had broken out. It was deemed that the next victim would be Victoria, who was just going about her daily chores when she would encounter the intruder. Forensic deductions had suggested that Victoria had no idea that the intruder was there. She was doing her tasks when she was suddenly struck in the back. And devastatingly for Victoria, there was no one within the proximity that would be able to hear her scream. It's then believed that Cecilia Jr. had went out to look for members of her family when no one had returned, and she too would encounter this intruder. She would be struck by the exact same weapon, which quickly ended her life. And it didn't stop there, because this intruder would make their way inside the farmhouse, go to young Josef's bassinet where he was sleeping, and murder the child as well. The intruder then goes to the sleeping chambers where the maid Maria Baumgartner was asleep. They'd both be murdered again with the same weapon. Now, I will get into what exactly happened or is believed to have happened to the victims in this case, but we're just going to move on to the next day right now, April the 1st, 1922. There's coffee sellers Edward and Hans Shirovsky. They go to the family home and they knock on the door, obviously trying to sell their coffee. Now, it was strange. The farm seemed eerily quiet and there was no reply whatsoever. When they get no reply at the door, they proceed to walk around the farm and they're knocking on the windows, trying to get the attention of the family. But still there was no answer. And to be honest, they never suspected that anything sinister might have taken place. The only thing that they had noted was the gate to the machine house. That was left open. But again, there was nothing really to arouse any suspicion. Now, Cecilia Jr., her school, they had actually realised that Cecilia was absent and there was no explanation for it. This was really weird within the school. Usually there'd be an explanation when a child is absent for a number of days. The family also didn't attend Sunday church like they normally would. So the locals, they start talking, they're gossiping, they're whispering, where is the family? Why are they not attending church? Not knowing that this family have been brutally murdered in their own home. And what was really strange for anyone that passed by the home who hadn't seen the family, the house was still being tended to. The animals were being fed, the fire was being stoked, work was still being conducted, and even the cleaning chores of the Gruber children, they were being carried out as well. Even the milk was being collected, but how can this be if nobody's home? So then, on April the 4th, Albert Hoffner, an engineer, he goes over to the farm and he was meant to be completing some engine repair work. He's there, chaps the door, no one answers. He waits there for around an hour. No one appears. He decides then that he's just going to get on with his work repair, get the money later, it's fine. This work would take him around 4.5 hours, and nobody came or went. Now that same day around 3:30pm, Laurent Schlittenbauer, he had sent his 16-year-old son Johann and his 9-year-old stepson to the farm because everyone's becoming very aware that the family haven't been seen in days. He wanted them to go and check, see if they could see anyone, see if there was any signs that people were inside and alive. When the children returned, they told him, "We can't see anyone at the farm, there doesn't appear to be anyone in." And Laurent decides that he's going to go over and check for himself. Now, when Laurent goes over, he doesn't go by himself, which is probably a smart idea because you just don't know what you're walking into. So he goes along with Michael Paul and Jacob Siegel. The three of them, when they go over, they would enter through the barn and they would be met with a horrifying sight. They would find the bodies of Andreas, Cecilia Sr., Victoria and Cecilia Jr. Laurent would then enter the home and he would find the bodies of Josef and Maria. So the authorities, they would be called and they arrived shortly after, and when they entered Hinterkaifeck, it was like this home was just now frozen in time. It was a place of death. Bodies in bedrooms, bodies in the barn. Every single element suggested forethought, patience, dedication to taking this family down. Just a complete detachment from human life. They had deemed that whoever committed these murders knew the family and really wanted them gone. Now, the victims in the barn, they had suffered horrific injuries. The elderly Cecilia Gruber, she was found to have 8 holes in her skull. Her daughter Victoria, she was deemed to have 9 holes in her skull. There didn't appear to be any signs of strangulation on Victoria, but there were some subtle signs of strangulation on Cecilia Sr. When it comes to Cecilia Jr., she had 1 massive hole to the right side of her face. It was deemed that these victims had been killed with a mattock, so like a pickaxe type of thing. And then young Cecilia, she had also been bludgeoned with an iron rod. With this bludgeoning, she had suffered from a completely smashed jaw. However, the fateful injury against this little girl would be from a penknife that was used to slit her throat. This little girl, when she was found, she was also half naked, which of course was something likely done by the killer, and in her death throes, this little girl had actually started ripping out clumps of her own hair from the complete pain that she was like she just couldn't cope. She reacted in this way, and she was alive for hours before she would succumb to her injuries. Now, the items that were later found in the hayloft, being the iron band and also the pickaxe, these were things that belonged to Andreas Gruber. His injuries, however, were significantly different to the other family members. He was deemed to have died from a fall onto the pickaxe tip that was lying on the ground. This wound tore open his carotid artery, and he would bleed to death in a very short space of time. The flesh had been torn open on the right side of his cheek, and his cheekbone was actually protruding from the skin. But this was the only injury he had, a fall onto the pickaxe. Now, the killer, they had obviously tried to hide the body. They were sort of half buried under hay and behind a wooden door. Inside the house, Maria Baumgartner, she had suffered injuries to the right side of her face and was found to have died from at least 1 hole to the top of her skull. Young Josef Gabriel, he had been slaughtered in his bassinet, but it is deemed that he would have died from the very first blow to his head. Now, because investigators were able to deem that the weapons used in the murder was ones that had in fact belonged to the family, they believed this was a sign that someone wanted to get back at them, use their own livelihood against them to punish them. The crime scene was photographed, the bodies were examined, and the evidence was catalogued. But there was so much that would be lost to mishandling or just complete inexperience. Now, a key point of intrigue for the police were the footprints that had led up to the house but never left the house. Those ones that looked like someone entered and never left the home. This had people thinking, had this killer been living in the home days before the murder? Were they just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike? Were they hiding in the attic? Were they hiding in the barn? Did they murder the family because they were discovered? Of course, the investigators at this point, they can only really speculate. I mean, they have no cold hard evidence that this was the case. But the idea that this person, this perpetrator, had been living in the home with the family, breathing the same air, maybe just a wall away, that added some crazy psychological horror to a case that was already terrifying. So the investigators, they very quickly start asking questions to potential eyewitnesses. They're trying to find out what might have happened to this family. Now, on the night after the crime, 3 days before the bodies were discovered, Michael Plockle, he had been passing by Hinterkaifeck farm when he noticed that the oven had been heated by someone. Now, that very person that had heated up this oven, they had actually approached Michael Plockle with a lantern in hand and basically used it to blind him, like to throw him off course in the woods. Now, of course, when something like this happens, when he's been unable to identify who this person was, he just thinks, see you later, I'll just continue on my merry way. Probably thinking it was Andreas Gruber just being a bit of a jackass. Now, he said he had noticed when he was passing by that the fire that had been lit by this person had a really revolting smell. Now, this particular incident, it wouldn't be followed up and there would be no investigation conducted to try and determine what was being heated in this oven. Now, on April the 1st, around 3 AM, a farmer and butcher, Simon Ryblander, he was on his way home near Brunnen when he would see two very mysterious looking figures at the edge of the forest. When these strangers had noticed Simon, they turned around and had their back to him so he couldn't see their faces. And later on, when he had heard about the murders at Hinterkaifeck farm, he thought possibly these two strangers could be involved. Then, in the middle of May of 1927, a stranger was said to have stopped a resident of Weidhofen. This was around midnight. They had started asking this person questions relating to the murder. When the resident tried to answer their questions, this person just shouted in the face, "I'm the murderer," and ran away. And this stranger was never identified. And whilst witness statements never really gave the police much to go by, if anything, they did have a long list of suspects that they believed could potentially have been involved. Now, first up, we do have Carol Gabriel, Victoria's ex, the one who apparently died in 1914 or 15, but also apparently didn't die and had actually just abandoned his wife. Now, many people believe that he was alive and kicking, and many people believe that he was the Hinterkaifeck murderer. The reason for this is because after the end of the Second World War, war captives from Schrobenhausen, they were released prematurely from Soviet captivity. And they had claimed that they had been sent home by a German-speaking Soviet officer. And this officer, they claimed to be the Hinterkaifeck murderer. Now, I have to say, some of the men, the captives that were released, they later retracted this statement where they said that, it was Carol Gabriel. But many of them did stick to their statement and they say, no, I am sure that this was Carol Gabriel that had said this. But obviously, when other people retract their statement, it sort of diminishes any trust that you can have within that theory. But some did theorise that the officer in question was no one other than Carol Gabriel. Now, the one that many believe was a Hinterkaifeck murderer was Lorenz Schlittenbauer. The one who Victoria had a relationship with and the one who was believed to be Josef's father, depending on who you asked and which day of the week it was. Now, he became a suspect because right after the bodies had been found, he started acting very suspiciously. When he and his friends had turned up to try and look for the family, they had to break a gate to enter the barn because all of the doors were locked. However, once they discovered the bodies in the barn, Lorenz was then able to unlock the farmhouse and enter where he would find Josef and Maria. Why did he have a key though? Many speculate that he was the person that stole the key to the farmhouse that had just went missing days prior. Although many others had speculated that because he was Victoria's lover that possibly he already had a key to the house. But why didn't he unlock the door in the first place? Bit weird. Now, the bodies within the barn and the bodies within the house, they had all been disturbed by Lorenz Schlittenbauer, which ultimately compromised the investigation. Did he deliberately try and do this? Was he deliberately trying to mess it up in case there was any prints that were there? Well, then now he could say, yeah, I did touch them. I went to check on them. I went to check their pulse or something. And years after this, he would still remain the primary suspect because he just kept making really weird statements about the murders, and some comments he would say were things that people believed only the murderer would know. Not only this, but he was also spotted at the Hinterkaifeck farm after it was demolished, and many believed and speculated that possibly Lorenz had killed the family after Victoria had demanded financial support. Then we have the Gump brothers, who we haven't mentioned until this point because they weren't really relevant to the case. However, Adolf Gump, he was suspected as early as April the 9th. Now, this was due to his connections within the Friedkorps Oberland, because as a Friedkorps member, it was believed that he had participated in at least 9 separate murders of farmers. And I'm sorry, but this kind of makes him the perfect candidate. Now, the sister of Adolf and Anton Gump, she would make a deathbed confession, and this confession was none other than, my brothers, they're the Hinterkaifeck murderers. Now, in 1971, a woman by the name of Therese T., she had wrote a letter and stated that at the age of 12, she had claimed that she had witnessed her mother receiving a visit from the mother of Carol and Andreas S. This mother had claimed that her 2 sons were the Hinterkaifeck murderers. Like, babe, you're telling the wrong person, tell the goddamn police. But the reason she believed this is because her son had stated that he was really upset that he had lost his penknife, and a penknife would be discovered in the farmhouse once it had been demolished. And when it was found, it couldn't be assigned to anyone from the house. There was a man by the name of Joseph Betts who had actually named a man by the name of Peter Weber as a suspect. Now, the two worked together between 1919 and 1920. They had shared their room together, and one night Peter Weber, he says to Joseph that they should kill the old man for the family's money. Now, Peter Weber, he kind of laughed off the subject and never mentioned it again when Joseph didn't take him up on it. Now, the former maid Crescens Rieger, she had stated that she believed the suspects in this case could have been Carol and Anton Beischler, alongside someone by the name of George Seigel. She had stated that these men knew the premises very well and that they sort of hated the family, especially Andreas, and they had even stated once that they believed this family would have been better off dead. Now, they had done some work on the farm at some point, and Crescens, she had believed that they knew the extent of the family fortune and they wanted to get their hands on it. It was also speculated that a German migrant by the name of Paul Mueller could have been the murderer. He had actually been the prime suspect in an 1889 murder of a Massachusetts family, and it was believed that he killed dozens. The Hinterkaifeck murders apparently bore incredible similarities to the ones that he was believed to have committed in Massachusetts. This included the slaughter of an entire family using a farming tool, a pickaxe. And then we have the suspect that most people seem to agree with online, and that is that the suspect was Andreas Gruber himself, the patriarch of the Gruber-Gabriel family. It was believed that he had just cold-bloodedly murdered his entire family. They believe this would account to why the killer had lingered at the farm for the next 3 days, as Andreas Gruber wouldn't have had anywhere else to go, and if he did go, they'd be like, "Where's your family, Andreas? No seen them in a while." It was believed that he continued tending to the farm animals, he was feeding them, he was stoking the fire, he was carrying out the cleaning duties, so nothing looked amiss. He had been cooking meals, and he was also ripping off new dates in the calendar that revealed April the 1st. And the fact that someone was present at the farm still, that was observed by many eyewitnesses, as we know. So as it goes, people believe that someone had went to the Gruber-Gabriel home looking for the family, checking in on them, because, as we know, the weather was bad. It's believed that they had entered the barn or entered the home and seen what Andreas had done to his entire family, and then they thought, hey, you, I'm going to do the same to you. You should feel the pain and meet the same fate as your innocent family. Now, many believe the person who got revenge on Andreas was actually Laurent Schlittenbauer. And you're maybe wondering, why? Why would he do that? Well, apparently it's believed that Victoria had confided in Laurent about her father, and she had stated that this incestual relationship that was happening wasn't consensual. Andreas was raping his daughter. She couldn't get help. She couldn't ask anyone for help because she was terrified of this man. And listen, this is speculative, okay? This is what people believe. I'm not saying verbatim that it happened, but if it did, he deserves to rot in hell, that scumbag cretin loser. But where this lines up in the case is the fact that, remember, young Cecilia, she was found half naked. People wonder, had Andreas actually taken her out to the barn to try and rape her? Did Victoria know what was going to happen because she had suffered the same? Did she go to try and save her daughter? Did Cecilia Sr. also run to their aid to try and save them? They've tried to stop this rape taking place, and Andreas has decided to murder them. Now, people had asked, well, why wouldn't this perpetrator, killer, why wouldn't they try and hide the bodies? But it's believed the winter was so harsh that the ground had been frozen. This is why the killer had lingered. They were going to try and hide the bodies, but ultimately they couldn't. Despite there being such a large pool of suspects, and many that I think could be believable, the Hinterkaifeck murders remain unsolved to this very day. And so I pose the question to you, who do you believe could have been the Hinterkaifeck murder or murderers? Do you think it was one person? Do you think it was multiple? Do you think Andreas Gruber had murdered his own family? Let me know down below. When it comes down to like the kind of theories that I believe, I think I actually do lean more to it being Andreas Gruber, but then who would kill him? I don't know if I believe it would be Lorenz. I don't know. But then also Paul Mueller, the German migrant. I mean, it all kind of lines up. The fact that he slaughtered an entire family with a farm tool, I mean, it's kind of written in the stars, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm so intrigued to know what you think, because it's just insane. And the fact that it's not been solved blows my mind. So if you think that case was unsettling, which, let's be honest, it absolutely was, at least in that case, whatever was out there, it stayed hidden for a while. But in this next case, he didn't just watch, he came back again and again and again. Now, we will be touching on children.
What?
Oh my god. No, we're not. No. No, we're not. Sorry, that came out very wrong. I meant to say that the case that we're touching on today involves children. No. So Edward Paisnell, where to start, or Paisnell, whatever we're going to call him, right? He was born on May the 7th of 1925, and he was born in the UK. Now, I couldn't exactly pinpoint where in the UK he was located, but the fact that his crimes were committed on the Channel Island of Jersey, which I believe is a channel between England and France, I'm going to assume that he was born somewhere in Jersey. But honestly, I mean, who knows? At the time, this Channel Island of Jersey, it would only have 30,000 residents at the time his crimes were committed. And I always think 30,000 sounds like quite a lot, but apparently it's not. Edward was someone who came from a family of means. It's a family who comes from financial resources. They were actually well off. And as a child, he seemed to be pretty normal. He was quiet, he was shy. He did keep himself to himself, but he had no violent outbursts. There was no alarming behaviour that alarmed his parents, his siblings, or anyone at his school. Weirdly enough, Edward was known to be someone who deeply cared about others. And when the UK had declared war on Germany in 1939, obviously he comes from a family who doesn't know struggle, but when he witnessed others struggling when rationing was brought in, he would actually steal food for starving families and give it to them. And he did this so often that when he got caught, he had to serve a prison sentence. But that was the only crime that he was known for, was for basically being charitable. And listen, I know he's thieving, and I know that's illegal, and you should not do that. I'm not promoting stealing, but there was a meaning behind it. He wanted to help people, he wanted to do good, even if that meant getting himself in trouble. And this quality, where the hell did that go? Now, there isn't a whole lot documented about Unfortunate Face's early life, childhood and adolescence, but the next thing that we do know for sure is that he would meet his wife Joan in the 1940s. Now, Joan, she was a very wealthy widow. She was someone who was known to do a lot of charity work, a lot of community work, and it was stated again that her and Edward had actually met in these situations, in a charitable community situation. And when we hear what Edward would go on to do and the vicious crimes that he would commit, it's just unimaginable to me to even see this guy in a charitable setting. But then again, John Wayne Gacy was a pillar of the community, and we all know what he was about. Now, Joan had a deep love and a deep care for children, so much so that she opened up a children's home on the Channel Island, and this would house around 60 children who came from a life of struggle. Now, Edward and Joan hit it off right away. They both enjoy the same stuff. It seems like they have the same interests. They want to help people. Sounds great. But no for long. Because even though outwardly Edward seemed like a really charitable, kind, friendly man, Joan thought he was this perfect, idyllic husband who was a pillar of the community, but really he was just the weirdo of the community, unbeknownst to everyone else. So Edward and Joan, they end up getting married in 1959. They had a happy, normal marriage. And it was later stated by Joan that she had absolutely no idea whatsoever what her husband was doing behind her back. And she could never imagine that this man was the Beast of Jersey. Because this man was the kind of husband who she would have go into the children's home dressed up as Santa Claus at Christmas time and make all the children happy. This was the same man that these young children loved so much that they would call him Uncle Ted. They trusted him. They adored him. Again, to Joan, this is the kind of husband that spends his spare time working with charities, working within the community, trying to better things for kids and people within the community. She could never, ever imagine that the man that she loved and the man she fell in love with and who she believed he was could be such a disgusting monster. In 1957, there was a young nurse who was only 32 years old waiting on a bus in Montilla Bay. This was an area of the island, quite a small area, and at this point she's waiting for the bus by herself when in the distance she sees this man approaching her. She can't really see too much detail on his face. He's sort of got a scarf up covering most of it. But ultimately this is a safe area, or at least it was, and she thinks nothing of it. And as this man continues walking toward her, she doesn't think anything untoward is going to happen because this man's just getting where he needs to go. She pays no attention to him. But this would be a mistake because this man would approach her, and when he did, he would very quickly beat her over the head to subdue her. He would put a noose around her neck, drag her into a field, and brutally rape her. Not only this, he had also brutally beaten this young woman, so much so that she had to get so many stitches. And when this evil monster was finished with this woman, he just fled the scene, leaving her to bleed out, leaving her in complete shock and terror. And luckily for this nurse, there was a local person who was walking nearby this field and they seen her, and they immediately got her the medical attention that she required. And although she would quickly heal from these injuries, although they were something that would clear up in a couple of weeks and a couple of months, the mental scars and the emotional damage that was done to her, this is something that would not heal. This is something that she would live with for the rest of her life. Then in March of 1957, we've got a 20-year-old woman who is walking home from the bus stop. She's on her way home from work. She's by herself when this evil man would attack her. And what he did to his previous victim basically became his MO. He bet this woman over the head, put a noose around her neck, dragged her into a nearby field, brutally beat and raped her. Again, fleeing the scene as soon as he was finished, just leaving her there like she was nothing, like she meant nothing. Then in July of 1957, there would be another young woman who was only 31 years old who would experience that very same attack. After her attack, however, there seemed to be a bit of a break. This man, this serial assaulter, this serial rapist, took a bit of time off. And the next assault would not take place until October of 1959. So what is that, like a 2-year break? Less than 2 years, kind of? Oh wait. No, more than 2 years. My math is like god awful. But this attack in October of 1959 was exactly the same as the woman prior, and this was done on a 28-year-old woman who was left with so much mental trauma. So victims of these attacks, they come forward to the police, they give their statement, they try and describe the man as best as they can. They say that he was in his mid to late 40s and he was around 5'6" in height. They said that he had this Irish accent that they were pretty sure was fake because it sounded so terrible. Now, all of these women's statements and descriptions were so eerily similar, even down to how this man smelled. And he smelled. Each individual victim had claimed that this man smelled very musty, fusty, minging, like he needed a good wash, as though he had not bathed in a very, very long time. And I mean, how embarrassing. How embarrassing is it to be this like serial assaulter, attacker, rapist, and you absolutely reek? Get a life and take a bath. Now, once the police had all the statements from these young women, they had all agreed that all of these victims had definitely been attacked by the same man. And I think the thing that really gave it away that it was the same guy was the musty smell. So a statement would be released to the press, obviously telling women to stay vigilant, look after themselves, look out for each other. And this is when the press dubbed him the Beast of Jersey, feeding that ego even more. So now they have this like smelly attacker's MO. They had told the women that anytime they're outside their homes, they need to be extra vigilant, take extra care, just really be on the ball, be on the lookout for anything that doesn't look right, and don't travel alone if you can help it. But what the police and what the public could never have anticipated was this musty smell was soon going to waft into their homes. So then in 1960, this evil, musty, ugly looking cretin of a man, he decides that he's going to change up his MO, keep people on their toes. And he decides that instead of attacking and targeting women on the streets at bus stops on their way home, he's just going to start breaking into their houses and either assaulting them in there or taking them from their houses to a different location. And then on February the 14th of 1960, the Beast of Jersey, he would break into a home, into an upstairs bedroom, and this would be the bedroom of a 12-year-old boy. A little boy. And of course, I do not want anyone being a victim of this man, but he's been attacking women all the way up to this point. You would expect that he would leave the little boy alone and go find a woman in the house. But he doesn't. This little boy would wake up in the middle of the night and see a dark figure standing at the end of his bed. But instead of it being a bad dream, it was a real life nightmare. There was a masked man standing at the end of his bed, shining a torch in his face, blinding his vision. And this little boy was completely frozen in terror. And before he even got the chance to come around and shout at his mum or shout at his dad, the Beast of Jersey had placed a noose around his neck, took him out of his home to a nearby field, and he raped this 12-year-old boy. And when this terrifying and horrifying ordeal was over, this monster then walked this little boy back to his home and disappeared. Like, he walked this little boy back home to his front doorstep after he has just brutally raped him. I don't understand it. I don't understand why he would commit such a brutal attack but then want to make sure the little boy gets home. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, obviously I'm glad the little boy got home. I'm glad this little boy lived. But I just can't understand what was going on, and Edward pays no mind. Then in March of the same year, there was a young woman who was on her way to the bus stop. She was going for a bus to travel to her work when she would stop and speak to a man who pulled up in his vehicle and offered her a lift. Before this woman could say no, this man told her he was a doctor and he was on his way to pick up his wife. Two things that would make anyone feel a bit safer and a bit more secure. And unfortunately, this would work. The young woman accepted the lift from him. She got into his car and they took off driving. Now, when she entered the car, it was dark. She had barely even seen what this man looked like. And it wouldn't be until she turned to speak to him in the vehicle that she would face this disgusting, ugly creep. When she looked at him, she noticed that he was wearing this really big, oversized, did not fit him overcoat. He had on gloves and he was covering up his face. She could not make out any identifying features. And at this point, the woman realises that she's made a mistake that could potentially be fatal. But at this point, it's too late because this man has already driven her to a very secluded part of the island. And once they're there, this is when he would launch his attack on her. Brutally punched her in the face, again subduing her, tied her hands behind her back, dragged her into a nearby field, and proceeded to rape her. Once he was finished, he then places the woman back in the vehicle. This time her hands are free, and while she's sitting there whilst he's driving, she realises anything could happen next. Is this man going to let her live and potentially tell someone what's happened to her, leading him to be imprisoned? Or was he going to kill her? But this young woman obviously had absolutely no desire of waiting round and finding out. So because her hands were free, she opened the passenger side door and she threw herself from the vehicle and just started screaming at the top of her lungs. She was screaming help, she was screaming what's happened to her, and this freaked out the man enough that he just sped off in the car and left her lying in the middle of the road. It's just so horrifying to think of anyone in that situation and going through something so evil and unimaginable. Now, later that same month, there was a 43-year-old woman and her 14-year-old daughter asleep at night in their cottage in a quiet area of St Martin's. It's just them two in the house that evening in the safety and comfort of their own home. They could never imagine what would happen to them. So just before midnight, the mother, she would be woken up when the phone started ringing downstairs. And you know what it's like if you get a phone call in the middle of the night? Well, my immediate response is, who's dead? Who's died? What's happened? I think the absolute worst. And this woman was kind of the same. It was unlike anyone to phone at that time, so she was worried. She goes downstairs and answers the phone. But when she answers it, it's just silence on the other end, and then there's a click, and then the dial tone. Like someone had been silent on the other end of the call and just hung up. It's weird, it's a bit strange, but she decides, it's the middle of the night, I'm going to go back to bed. So this woman, she's back in bed, she is trying to fall asleep again, and the phone goes again. And listen, if it was me, I would kind of be feeling like, I'm not answering the phone to you if you're just going to ignore me again. But this woman, she kind of panics, why would someone phone twice? She decides she's going to go down the stairs, answer the phone, see who it is, see what the big deal is and why are you calling at this hour?
Why are you calling at this ungodly hour?
So she heads downstairs to check and she turns the lights on so she can see. But when she reaches the bottom of these stairs, someone else turns the lights off from down below in the house. And she very quickly realises that she is not alone and it is not her daughter. Someone was standing in the middle of this woman's living room in the dead of night. And she jumps into action. She is, thinking like, what can I do? Runs over to the phone, picks up the phone to dial 999. But when she holds the phone up, it's completely dead. This person had cut the phone line, and the reason that he had called her home was to check if her phone worked. And when she answered and he found out that it did work, he knew he had to cut the line. So this dark figure then lunges at this woman, grabs her, is demanding money, is threatening to kill her if she doesn't comply. And this is when the 14-year-old daughter wakes up, hearing all the chaos, and comes downstairs. The minute this masked evil monster sees this 14-year-old girl standing on the stairs, he immediately lets go of the mother, pushes her away, and he runs toward the 14-year-old girl, chasing her up the stairs. The mum at this point, she knows that she can't take on this man herself. She runs to a neighbour's house, she gets help, she gets someone to come over, help her get this intruder away from her daughter. But when she returns to the home, they would find her daughter alone. She was terrified, she was sobbing, she was completely in shock, she was tied up. And that's when they find out that this man had brutally raped her. This 14-year-old girl, during the night in her own home, is just so evil. Then in April, another 14-year-old girl would wake up to find this masked man standing in her room. And this little girl, she immediately starts screaming, she's pounding on the wall, she's trying to get the attention of her mum and dad. And she kicked up such a fuss that this cretin, this weirdo who was scared of getting in trouble, immediately fled. And then in July, there was an 8-year-old little boy asleep in his bed, and this absolute POS, he snuck into this little boy's bedroom, he kidnapped him from the comfort and safety of his own bed, put a noose around his neck, took him to a field, and brutally raped him. After this horrific, terrifying, disgusting rape that had taken place, he then walks this little boy back home, delivers him on his doorstep, and then takes off. The pain that all of these victims and the terror that they must have been in, I don't even want to imagine it. How they would survive this and come through the other end is just strength that I will never be able to understand. Now, this assault on this 8-year-old little boy, that would be the final assault that would occur this year. Investigators at this point, they start feeling the pressure from the public. There's an outrage because why can't you catch this man? Why aren't you able to do anything? Why can't you protect us, protect the community? And rightly so, right? Because the pressure should be piled on. Something has to be done. These people were living in fear, not only on the streets, but in their own homes, and no one was safe because this guy was clearly targeting anyone who he came across, apart from men. He was too scared to face men, but women and children, yeah. Now, the police, when they're really delving into this case, they decide that the Beast of Jersey must be a local resident. He seemed to know his way about the island, he knew the secluded areas, and the frequency of the attacks couldn't be done by someone who wasn't local. So with this, the police decide they need to start looking at every man that already holds a criminal record. So they interview a lot of men. Okay, there's too many people out there with a really bad criminal record. They interview them all. But they decide that the description and the profile didn't fit any of them. So then they decide what they're going to do is request the fingerprints of every man on the Channel Island and try and roll them out that way. Now, it was your right to refuse this. If you didn't want to give your fingerprints, you didn't have to. And 13 people refused. And one of them was Edward Paisnell. I wonder why. Why, Eddie? Why don't you want to give your prints? Oh, it's because you're guilty? Of course, Edward Paisnell, the actual criminal, he hasn't given his fingerprints. So the police are like, you know, God, I mean, the pressure's really piling up here. People are starting to get really angry. We're going to just start grasping at straws and point our finger at whoever it lands on. They decide that they're going to arrest this man who was known to be the strange fisherman. Now, the only reason he was deemed as being strange is because he was quite eccentric. God forbid you have a personality. This man was Alphonse Legasteloi, and he would be heavily interrogated by the police. I mean, they were using some tactics on him to really try and break him down. But after 14 hours of questioning, they realised they had nothing on this man. There was no evidence. There was nothing pointing toward him apart from the fact that he was eccentric. So after they had finished the 14-hour grueling questioning with this man, he would be released. But that didn't matter because the local people had been given his name. They knew his face. His face had been released in the press alongside his name. Everyone knew who this man was. And like this witch hunt would take place. Angry mobs would gather at Alfonsi's home. They were throwing bricks, they were trying to do his windows in, they were shouting, trying to get him out, and they even burned his house down. And of course, this man, this innocent man, had no option but to leave his home and flee the island, a place that he had called home for so long. Then in February of 1961, the attacks would start up again. But this time, the man decided he was only targeting children. Women, they were off the table now. He only wanted the kids. And by April of this very year, 3 children had been taken from their homes and brutally raped. At this point, local police, they actually feel like they can't do anything. They almost admit defeat and they bring in Scotland Yard to try and help out. Scotland Yard, they take over, they look at the case and they decide that, people need to be vigilant. They need to set up neighbourhood watches to look after each other. They say to look out for each other, look out for anyone who might be approaching a neighbour's home. Keep your doors locked, keep them barricaded, don't invite in strangers, just do whatever you can to keep yourself safe, because they couldn't. In Scotland Yard, they would also sort of conjure up their own profile of who they believed the Beast of Jersey to be, and they had said that he was 40 to 45 years old, approximately 5'6" in height, medium build. They believed that he knew the island well, especially the East Coast area. They said that he had a moustache but covered his face either with a scarf or a mask during the attacks. He wore a long, dark, musty coat. I think that's just his smell, but we'll blame it on the coat. He wore a hat, a pair of gloves. He entered the homes through bedroom windows. He said he would use the moon as his light, and the attacks and entrances to the home would be anywhere between 10 and 3 a.m. And also, the man carried a torch. And I read the profile, and it's great that they're trying to help. But have you really told us any other information than what we already knew? I don't think so. Even with their own profile and believing that they're getting steps closer to catching the serial rapist, they still had absolutely no luck whatsoever. And the search would stop for a few years. How can you stop searching? There is a monster out there who is hurting anyone that they can find, and especially children, and you're just going to stop searching for them. Make that make sense. So then 2 years later, in April of 1963, a 9-year-old boy, he would be taken from his home, a noose around his neck, led to a field and raped by this evil monster before being returned home. The same would happen again in November when an 11-year-old boy was taken. And then in July of 1964, a 10-year-old girl and a 10-year-old boy, they would also suffer through the same horrific attack. And then the Beast of Jersey decided he was going to take a 2-year break. He needed a vacation, like business has been busy and he needs a break from it all. So he takes this break and he almost gives these people a sense of safety, security. They stop the neighbourhood watch. They finally feel safe to go to sleep at night. And then in 1966, he would send a horrifying letter to the police. And I'm going to read this letter to you, but this guy's grammar is far from good. I mean, mine's is not perfect by any means, don't get me wrong, but this, I read it and I was kind of like, oh, how do I make sense of it? So I've tried to write it down in a way that I can better divulge. So his letter said, "My dear sir, I think that it is just a time to tell you that you are just wasting your time. As every time I have done what I always intended to do, and remember, it will not stop at this." Please, can you write in actual sentences? "But I will be fair to you and give you a chance. I have never had much out of this life, but I intend to get everything I can now. I have always wanted to do the perfect crime. I have done this, but this time, let the moon shine very bright." And I'm sorry, but he spelled bright, B-R-I-T-T-E. Embarrassing. But this time, let the moon shine very bright in September, because this time it must be perfect. Not 1, but 2. I am not a maniac by a long shot, but I like to play with you people. You will hear from me before September, and I will give you all the clues, just to see if you can catch me. Yours very sincerely, wait and see. I've read more effective letters for these kind of people. There was so many times it never really makes sense, but he's trying his best. So then August of 1966, a 15-year-old girl would be brutally raped and attacked in her own home. There was something about this attack though that was very slightly different to the rest of them. When this young girl had went to hospital, it revealed long scratches covering all over her body, and the scratches seemed to be evenly placed and very parallel. And after this attack, where things had changed up a bit, there would be no further assaults for 4 years. False safety, false security, when will he strike? People still living in fear because he's already came back after a 2-year period. What's to stop him after 4? And in August of 1970, this is exactly what the beast did. He would return. A 14-year-old little boy would wake up in the middle of the night and they would see a masked figure standing at the foot of their bed, shining a torch in their face. And as always, this man had placed a noose around this young boy's neck, took him out of his home to a nearby field where he raped him, and then proceeded to walk him home after. But again, there was something slightly different in this case. The beast, had actually spoken to this young boy and told him to stay quiet, otherwise someone would come and harm his mother and father. And when the boy's parents found him in their home, dishevelled, upset, in shock, frozen in complete terror, they asked him what happened. Did someone do something to you? And the little boy said that there was nothing wrong. But thankfully, he would eventually tell his parents the horrific attack that he had suffered, and they immediately took him to the hospital to get treatment for any injuries. And lo and behold, guess what he had all over his body, just like we seen with one girl prior? The long, parallel scratches covering his entire body, but especially his torso. When this young boy had spoken to the police, he had told them that the man who had taken him and raped him was wearing a really spiky, black, dishevelled wig, looked like it hadn't been washed, shock, and also a terrifying mask. Police are very quickly realising that this evil monster, he is escalating, because now it's scratches all over their body alongside the beatings and the rapes. What was it going to be next? Would he escalate further? Would it be possible that he might start stabbing his victims, that he might start murdering his victims? They couldn't let it get to that. It had already gone too far. And you will be so glad to know that we are now at the point where we're finally getting into the downfall of this horrific, stinking, ugly, unfortunate-faced monster. So it was July the 10th of 1970 and 2 police are working their regular patrol. So they're driving along, checking the streets, making sure nothing bad's going on, and they would come to a red light. Whilst they're sitting at this red light, a red light that you're meant to stop for, suddenly a Morris vehicle just straight cuts through the red light. He was not stopping for love nor money, must think he's above the law, and immediately the officers spring into action because you're endangering people's lives. If you don't stop at a stoplight, anything could happen. Road accidents, pedestrians, it could all just go bad so quick. When they're chasing down the driver of this vehicle, this driver is not willing to pull over. Instead, they are speeding, like trying to weave throughout the streets. But luckily, this guy was a very, very terrible driver. He wound up on the wrong side of the road, then he crashed into a bush and somehow wound up in a tomato field. Now, once the vehicle comes to a stop in the tomato field, the driver then gets out and tries to, hightail it, run on foot. The police, they chase after him on foot as well. The man, he's not exactly Mo Farah, he's not an athlete by any means, and he wasn't getting anywhere quick, let's just say. So the police, they immediately tackle him to the ground and arrest him. Then when they're driving to the police station, right, they've got the guy in the back, 2 of them in the front, and they kind of look at each other like this. sniffing. Like, what is that? Do you smell that smell? And that's when they both say, oh, there's a really weird, musty, fusty, dusty, weird smell in this vehicle. And they realise it's coming from him. It's coming from the guy in the back. He smells musty, dusty, crusty. And when they get to the police station, they take this man into a room where they would finally get a good look at him. And this man was Edward Paisnell. They examine this man and they see that he is wearing a very large black overcoat. It has inch-long nails sticking out of the cuff, the collar, the shoulders. Then when they empty his pockets, they find a black, almost like a torch that's been covered with black tape. And then the glass of the torch where the light comes out, that's also been covered in black tape, only leaving a pinprick of light. They also found 2 pieces of long cord that, you could tie someone up with, a wool cap and duct tape. Very suspicious combo. And they're both just sitting there with chronic resting suspicious face because, why does this guy have this weird stuff? And then they would find a black, dishevelled, spiky wig and a horrifying mask, just like the victims had described. So police then ask him, why are you wearing this costume, this outfit, and why the hell were you speeding so fast? The man then tells the police that the costume, the wig, the mask, everything, this was because he was going to an orgy and he was going to be late. He can't be late to an orgy, God forbid. And he was basically concealing his identity because he didn't want anyone to recognise him because he had a wife at home. Then they say to him, right, okay, that's fine. What about the inch nails sticking out all over your jacket? He says, this is in case anyone in the orgy knows martial arts. Why just martial arts? What if they're just a good fighter in general? The mask and the wig, however, these were off limits. He did not want to talk about his mask and wig. Absolutely not. He adored them. Now, Edward, he would be remanded in custody and the police, they got permission to go and search his home. And this is where they really realise stuff.
I've got stuff out here.
So when conducting the search of his home, they would find a secret room inside his bedroom. It was like a locked door led to a secret room. And inside this secret room, they would find a shrine to Satan. Police said that this little chamber reeked of must. They found old clothes. They also found loads of different wigs with matching fake bushy eyebrows. This man is literally creating weaves and matching eyebrows in his secret room in his bedroom. Why are some of these people such crafty little bitches? Who's got time? Not only this, but police would find photographs of different houses located all across the Channel Island, and this is when they realise this sick, ugly, smelly freak has been planning this for years. When Edward was confronted with the camera, with the photos, he realises it's time to give up the ghost. I might as well just come forward and tell you my whole life story and what I've done and the POS that I actually am. He confirms to police that he would pick and choose his victims, the homes, years prior. Maybe not always as long before the attack as that, but in a lot of cases, he had stalked these victims, learned their routines. He would even try and watch to find out which bedroom which person went into. This is why he was able to get into the houses and wind up directly in the bedrooms of his wanted victims. And they talked to him about this shrine to Satan, which, by the way, had an altar, a sword, and an extensive collection of old books on the occult and black magic. And listen, you can be interested in all of that and still be a good person. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying if you're interested in that you're a killer. Edward, of course, he's given himself up. He goes to trial, and on November the 29th of 1971, it would take the jury 38 minutes to find him guilty on 13 separate counts. These counts included the rape, sodomy, and indecent assault of 6 of his victims. Now, he would be sentenced to 30 years inside Winchester prison, and I was disgusted to hear that this man was released after 20 years in 1991 on good behaviour. This man has raped, assaulted and terrorised an entire community. He's targeted children, young women, some vulnerable people. He has changed their lives forever. And he gets out after 20 years for good behaviour. Where's the justice? Now, this absolute freak, asswipe, weirdo, he had the cheek that when he left prison, when he was released, he actually tried to go back to Jersey to live a normal life. And the people were like, are you shitting me? You think you're going to come back to the town that you terrorised? Face the victims that you terrorised? Absolutely not. And they basically ran him out of town. So he then moved over to the Isle of Wight, but thankfully in 1994, this sick, evil, twisted freak who absolutely stunk would finally die of a heart attack. I wish it was like tortured but at least he's dead. Yay. And I just hope and pray that the victims of this case have been able to find peace, have been able to find their safety and trust people again, because what they went through is just so emotionally terrifying and disturbing and horrific, and the strength that they have to move on from that. I am just so in awe of their strength and ability to live as normal a life as they possibly can, and I truly hope that they thrive and that they are able to emotionally recover from what this evil asshole put them through. There is something especially terrifying about someone choosing you, learning your routines and waiting. But what happens when they stop waiting? What happens when they decide to act? Let's find out. I cannot have lost my mirror again. Oh, here we go. Exactly where I left it. But somehow, my eyes just don't see everything. So today's case, we are starting off on Saturday, the 24th of October of 2009. So this guy, he starts to realise, I've not seen my friend since Wednesday. That's really strange, and not only that, but he's not turned up for work. So he's obviously wondering, what's wrong with my friend? Why are they not at work? Why has no one else seen or heard from them? I hope everything's okay. Let me go and check on him. See, his friend that he was going to check on, he wasn't someone who would take time off work without letting someone know, which seems to always be the case in these cases. And that's usually how some people are detected as missing, because they don't show up for work one day. So this man, he arrives at his friend's home, and immediately he is just overcome and overwhelmed with this deep feeling of complete unease. A feeling takes over his body, and he just thinks something isn't right here. When he looks at his friend's home, the front door's open. He goes around the back door's open. Literally, this home is wide to the world. His friend in the UK in October is not going to leave his front and back door open unless he wants pneumonia. The friend immediately knows that something is terribly wrong, but so much so that he doesn't even want to step foot in the house. He doesn't want to be there by himself. So he would contact his friend's landlord. He tells him, I'm over checking on my friend and his front door's open, the back door's open. I'm calling his name into the house and I'm getting no response. Could you please come over and, we can see if everything's okay. So the landlord, he comes to the property, and this landlord, he is met with that same uneasy feeling, but ultimately they need to check. They need to see if something has happened in here. Both of them, they make their way into the house, and as soon as they step foot over the threshold, they're met by this strange smell. It's a smell that neither of them has smelled before. It's sickly, sweet, it's sour, it's a very, very odd smell. And for two people who were feeling uneasy in this moment, you can probably imagine that this just made them feel so much worse. Like, what was that? So they start looking around the house, no sign of the friend, but then they make their way into the living room. And together they would witness what police would later describe as being the most horrific crime scene that would ever be witnessed in Lincolnshire police history. In the living room, they would find this man face down in a pool of blood, and I mean this floor was drenched in blood. The man had been restrained with what looked like sellotape, his hands were behind his back, and this pool of blood that he was face down in, it was congealed. It was very clear that this man here, he's been dead for days. There was massive injuries to this man's head and his face. It was very clear that these injuries were inflicted with a bladed object that he had been stabbed with repeatedly. It's very clear to see that the fatal injury that this man received was a slit throat. But not only that, because when they look at the back of his neck, there is a deep, deep wound that indicates that someone tried to decapitate him. And the man whose home this was a man by the name of Alan Wood. I will say I don't have the entire backstory to Alan's life, but I have found out quite a lot of different things that I think is really important to paint a picture of the man that he was, the man that is still remembered to this very day. Alan Wood, he was only 50 years old when his life was taken. Now, I'm not entirely sure his date of birth, but with him being 50, the crime being in 2009, I believe he would be born in either late 1958 or sometime in 1959. He was one of 3 children born to Jim and Maureen Wood. He was born in Gillingham, but he would be raised in the village of Kirby alongside his 2 sisters, Janice and Sylvia. And honestly, hearing the way that people spoke about this man, it makes a case hit even harder, because he was just described as being so kind-hearted, so generous, so gentle. He was popular. Everyone that he met instantly liked him. He was described as being so laid back in nature, and he was someone who just enjoyed the simple things in life. He wasn't chasing mass amounts of wealth. He wasn't chasing all these material things. He just wanted simplicity. Alan was someone who had many talents, many passions. It was like he could turn his hand to anything and pretty much make it successful. When he left school, he went straight into the printing industry. He got a job within Warner's Printers in the Lincolnshire town of Bourne. And he had spent many years of his life working there, dedicating himself to his work. But sadly, at one point, he would be made redundant. And even after being made redundant, it didn't seem to hold Alan back. He didn't feel sorry for himself. He was simply like, right, okay, that's happened. What's next for me? Now, one thing that Alan really enjoyed was gardening. It brought him calm, it brought him peace. I'm sure a lot of people can relate. And he decided, why don't I try and implement that into my daily life? Make life calm, peaceful, quiet, content. So he would have spells of employment at Russell's Nursery and then Barnsdale Gardens. But after an amount of time, he thinks to himself, you know what? I know what I'm doing. I'm good at what I do. Maybe I could start my own business. And so his business, Gardens TLC, would be born. As I'm sure many of you will know, and my dad, he knows this because he was a landscape gardener at a point as well, but gardening work is pretty much seasonal. So spring's good, summer's good, early autumn's good, but as you get into those winter months, which in the UK is most months of the year, there's not really going to be much work. So Alan, being the hard worker that he is and wanting to maintain a stable life and be able to socialise with people daily, he decides that he's going to get a job at Sainsbury's supermarket within 2006. And whilst he was here, he would work all kinds of shifts, and he said that the night shift was actually his favourite to work. Couldn't be me. I love my sleep in my bed too much. But Alan had said that the camaraderie that he had there with his fellow employees, that was worth the sleepless nights. They just had such a laugh together. It was something that he really, really loved. And as time went on, he would take on more night shifts just so he could be around those fellow workers whose company he enjoyed. And I find it really important to stress the fact that even with all the work that Alan had taken on, his gardening work, his job in the supermarket, any jobs that he had over the years, everyone said the same thing about him. He was really friendly, he was really polite, he was a great colleague to have, a great colleague to work with. No one ever seemed to have a problem with Alan. And honestly, I've looked at a lot of articles, I've looked at a lot of news things, and I cannot find a single bad word that was said about this man. So it begs the question, why the hell would anyone want to murder him in such a horrific way? Alan had been married at a point in his life, and I will say that sources have two different timelines. One says that he was married to his wife for 11 years and others say that they were married for 17 years. Either way, his wife was Joanne Wood. Their relationship seemed to be really happy, really stable. There was no bad blood between the two, and when they eventually separated, the two of them still remained really close friends. Them splitting up, it didn't ruin the bond that they had together, and even when Joanne would later move away, they still maintained contact constantly. Alan never had any children, but he did have nieces and nephews, and he was the kind of uncle that you could probably refer to as the funkle. Loads of fun, his nieces and nephews loved him, loved spending time with him, and it truly seemed as though Alan doted on them, like they were his own children. Now, when I tell you that this guy was a guy of many, many talents, I truly, truly mean it. People had described him as being a very gifted photographer, and his photography was deemed to be so good that some of his friends had even asked him to take photos at their weddings, and Alan, being the man that he was, of course he did. He wanted to help them out, he was happy to photograph their special day. I don't know if he took any fees. He should have, but I'm going to guess with the kind of guy Alan was, he probably done it for free for them. But with Alan, it was always no questions asked. If you needed a favour, he was there. If you needed help lifting something out to the bin, Alan would be right there. He was the kind of man that people knew they could count on. And listen, whilst Alan absolutely adored his friends and his family, his niece and nephews, which I suppose comes under the family umbrella, he had one true love, and that was his love for cars and motorcycles. He had his very own Black Triumph triple speed and also an E-Type Jaguar. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to assume it's a nice car, or it looks nice. I believe someone said that what it was worth wasn't as much as you would think, but it looked the part. Another love of Alan's was his the local pub called the Willoughby Arms. This was one that he would frequent a lot. He was described as having a very active social life, particularly within the pub. Fellow punters would describe him as being very well known, very well liked. He could genuinely sit and have a drink with anyone. When you walked into that pub, you almost always expected to see Alan sitting with his pint of beer and also his packet of mini cheddars. And I can get behind that. Mini cheddars are a very, very, very underrated crisp. I might have to go get some. Any events that took place in the pub, he was right there celebrating, whether it was quiz nights, live music, beer festivals. Say less, your man Alan, he was there front and centre. But not only that, he wasn't just the kind of man that came along and enjoyed the festivities. He was also the guy that hung back for an extra half an hour or hour to help the owners of the pub tidy up. And I just want to clarify, because I know in these cases when you discuss victims, it always seems like, you're trying to paint the perfect victim. But everything that I'm telling you and everything that I always tell you is things that I see or hear from family, from friends, in news reports. I'm not trying to glamorise him and make him sound like a perfect human being, because we all have our moments. But from what I can find, everyone had the same thing to say about Alan, and none of it was bad. He wasn't known to have any issues with anyone. He wasn't one to have any enemies. There wasn't any record of him arguing with someone at work or in the pub or anything like that. By all accounts, from what you can find about this man, he was well liked. He was kind. He was helpful. He was good to everyone. So what made him a target in his own home? So we circle back to October the 24th of 2009. The landlord and Alan's friend, they have discovered his body in the living room. They immediately call the police and they get there as soon as possible. Now, when investigators arrive, they start collecting evidence. They start trying to put the pieces together. And weirdly enough, there is a lot of evidence to be collected. So the first thing that they are able to retrieve is a full footprint. And this footprint, very quickly, they're able to determine that this didn't belong to Alan. This belonged to the killer, or possibly killers, that had been in his home that day. It was a size 8 Converse Mark LE red trainer. That's a whole lot of words that don't really mean much to me apart from Converse. I know what a Converse trainer is. So the police, they try and work with Converse, and luckily Converse in the USA, they were able to give police information on this. They said that this particular trainer came in 2 separate styles. So they give police photos of the trainer, what kind of thing they're looking for. And not only that, they tell the police that the trainer that they're looking for was largely sold within Europe and also the US. Bearing in mind this case took place in the UK. They were also able to locate fragments of a bus ticket that had the name of the company Delane on it. This was found stuck to the sellotape that was binding Alan's hands. And it's weird because the killer or killers seem both organised and disorganised. They've literally left a full footprint identifying the shoe size. They've also left fragments of this bus ticket of a local bus company. But then when you look at it further, they didn't leave any fingerprints. They didn't leave a murder weapon. But what they did leave, which was a huge break in the case, or at least it should have been, this was a massive bit of evidence, a crucial bit of evidence. They had been able to obtain a full DNA profile from the pool of blood. And this blood, it wasn't Alan's. This was the blood of his killer. Now, the police believed that this particular intruder that was the killer, they had likely injured themselves whilst they were attacking Alan, or Alan had caused injury to them whilst he was trying to fight them off. And credit where it's due to the police, they started working on this case right away. They had launched an operation that they called Operation Magnesium, and immediately they're trying to collate details of Alan's life, the lead up to the murder, what his last hours looked like, if there was any known enemies, any arguments, the whole 9 yards. They also wanted to look into as much as they possibly could about his last known movements to try and determine the date and time of death, because, as I said, Alan wasn't seen since Wednesday, the 21st of October. When his body was found, it was the 24th, and they're trying to distinguish where in that period of time Alan was killed. Now, when police start talking to neighbours, I have to say honestly, it was like hitting their head against a brick wall. No one heard anything. They didn't hear disturbance, they didn't hear screams, they didn't hear anything that sounded like a struggle, and no one had any idea why anyone would target someone like Alan. Police would speak to his family and they told them the same, that Alan never had any enemies. There was no one they knew that was upset with him. He didn't have anything going on, because if Alan did, he would have told them. He was that close with his family, nothing was kept a secret. They also confirmed that it was very, very, very unlikely that Alan had any dealings with any illegal activity or any illicit activity. So reviewing CCTV from the local area, police were able to determine that Alan had definitely last been seen on October the 21st of 2009, making that the Wednesday like we already thought. So on CCTV, he is seen entering Morrison's supermarket, where he is doing presumably his food shop or something like that. Once he leaves the Morrison supermarket, he would then go to the Willoughby Arms, where he shared a pint and a chat with the bartender. The bartender said that Alan left around 6:30 p.m. And all that time that he was speaking to Alan, he didn't seem nervous. He didn't seem worried or like something was going on. There was nothing that made him suspicious. He said he didn't see anyone follow Alan. He didn't see anyone watching Alan. So again, it just leaves that question of, well, who would do it and why? So as far as police knew, the bartender was the very last person to have any proper communication and contact with Alan, except from the killer or killers. Based on when Alan was last seen alive and when his body was found, that meant that there was 65 hours unaccounted for. That window of time where this horrific, monstrous murder had taken place. As investigators are looking through Alan's house, they're trying to see if anything's been taken, if anything looks out of the ordinary, and they quickly realise that the only thing they could identify as stolen from Alan was his bank cards. And when they looked at his bank history, his transactions, they could see that these cards had been used in that 65-hour window during those unaccounted hours of his life. So detectives, they believe that Alan had been murdered at some point on Thursday night. Now, they believe that Alan was resting in bed, he was relaxing, he was reading a book. He hears a disturbance at the door, and when he goes to check on this, opens the door, there is two men standing there waiting for him. They believe that he was overpowered by one or both of the men at the same time. He was dragged into the living room where he was restrained and tied up using that sellotape. Not only this, but police believe that Alan had underwent hours of extreme torture, all in the hopes of these killers getting his bank PIN number. Alan had various stab wounds to his head. He also had a stab wound in his eye. And it is believed that the killers inflicted these wounds when Alan wouldn't give over the PIN or when he gave the incorrect one. It's strongly believed that what had happened is Alan was of course restrained, he's tied up, he's been threatened by these killers. So he hands over his bank PIN. They believe that one of the killers went to an ATM and another killer stayed back with Alan to keep him restrained. I mean, it would be very risky business if it was only one killer and they tortured Alan, went away to check the bank PIN, and then came back in the hopes that Alan would still be there. They believe that the two killers would have been maintaining contact via mobile phone, that they were calling each other. When one killer was at the bank ATM, when he tried the bank number, if that didn't work, it's believed that the killer who was still with Alan would inflict further torture to try and get the correct PIN from him. They then believe that once these killers had the correct bank PIN, when they had been able to get money, that they then decided to murder Alan. And as I stated near the start, the fatal wound that Alan had received was a slit throat, and then he was nearly decapitated. So there was 11 attempts in total that were made to try and withdraw money from Alan's bank account. Only 2 of these were successful, and they had taken place at an ATM in Bourne and another one in Stamford. So CCTV, this would be reviewed. They're trying to see who this possibly could be. And shockingly, they do see a figure at the ATM at the time that they believe the killer would have been there. And you can tell right away, this man, it's no Alan. The person that they capture on CCTV, it's like they are very aware of where the cameras are facing. They do everything they can to disguise their face so they're not seen. It's worth mentioning that this was around 9 PM on Thursday evening on West Street in Bourne. Another crucial bit of evidence that came forward was actually witness testimony that stated that they had seen 2 men together in Sainsbury's, the same Sainsbury's that Alan worked in, around 9:30 PM using the ATM. The killer who was spotted on the CCTV, he would be referred to as ATM Man, and he was described as being between 5'9" and 5'11" in height. He was slim to medium build. They said that he possibly had a limp, and expert analysts, when they reviewed this footage, they had determined that this man would have had a limp because one leg was shorter than the other. I'm just surprised that the guy wasn't walking in circles. When it came to his clothing, he was described as being dressed smart casual, which I'm gonna have to agree with if I'm absolutely honest, but then again, I'm not the fashion police. He was wearing this really distinct striped scarf and could also be seen smoking on CCTV. Detectives believe that this man may have been local or was someone who frequented the area quite a lot, as he seemed to have very strong knowledge of not only the area, but where the CCTV cameras were positioned. Also, the fact that they had a Delane bus ticket made them think that they were local to the area or frequented the area often. So they used this CCTV footage and witness testimony, and they would draw up a composite sketch. But this composite sketch, it hasn't brought anyone forward. No one knows who this person is. And I mean, with how grainy the CCTV footage is, I'm not sure we could even draw a face from that. If I'm honest, I don't believe that that composite sketch is going to be a true reflection of who did this to Alan. Now remember, like I said, they have this full DNA profile. Surely that's going to lead somewhere. They run it through the UK database, which is NDNAD, and no match was found. And not only that, but they do an international search. They use this DNA profile across 47 other databases. and still no match. So whilst police had said that this truly did look like the motive all along was robbery that led to murder, they couldn't really afford to rule anything out. I mean, they had to look at every possibility. Was there a fallout that no one knew about? Could it have been that when Alan was doing some gardening work for a local prison, that one of the inmates had an issue with him, and then they get released and they track him down? And of course, whilst this investigation is going on, you get people that step in and they give their 2p, and, you know, sometimes that 2p is wrong. And this happened in Alan's case as well. People came forward and said that, you know, I heard that Alan was a casual user of sex workers, maybe his murder's related to that. Friends and family, they immediately came forward and said, that's just not Alan. Co-workers as well, they said that that is not something that Alan would have been into. It wasn't something that he was utilising, and honestly they just wanted that theory to be dropped. Now, many people strongly believe that what happened with Alan's murder was a huge case of mistaken identity. And if it hadn't been complete mistaken identity, maybe whoever was going after him believed that he was wealthier than what he actually was. See, the thing is, when it comes to the killer or killers withdrawing money from Alan's bank account, they had only taken £700. Now, surely if the motive was robbery, they would have took a lot more than that. To murder someone for only £700 feels very unlikely, but then again, the killer might have just been so freaking depraved that they wanted to kill, and the money was in addition to that. People have speculated that possibly Alan had set up a daily withdrawal limit. Do you know, you can do that like online banking and stuff. People speculated that maybe his withdrawal limit was £350 a day, which would make sense as to why the two successful attempts to get money from his account, one was done before midnight and the other was done after midnight, both withdrawals of £350. Now, it seems to be that the most believed theory when it comes to Alan's case was that this whole thing was a terrible case of mistaken identity. See, the thing is, Alan's manager who he worked with in Sainsbury's looked a lot like Alan. Both of them were described as being heavy set, the same kind of colouring, the same hair. The only difference was that Alan's manager didn't wear glasses and Alan did. Which is obviously a noticeable thing for people who work with them and see that the manager never wears glasses and Alan always wears glasses. But for someone who's maybe only looking for a short amount of time, that pair could easily have been mistaken for each other. Even Alan's sister had said when the manager attended his funeral that she for a second thought it was Alan. So that just goes to show how similar the appearances were. Could it be that the killer or killers believed that they were targeting the manager of Sainsbury's? That they believed that they could get the store keys off Alan, then go in and ransack the entire store? It's possible that Alan's Jag, his car, had led them to believe that he was wealthy and that they followed him home to see where he lives and then came back one night to actually complete the deed. And it's possible that the level of violence that was used on Alan was because he was denying having the keys to the store, because of course he didn't have the keys because he wasn't the frickin' manager. But the killer or killers, they could have thought that Alan was lying in order to not hand over the keys, and therefore they tortured him more, hoping that he would give them up. Many people believe that Alan's killers would have been in their late teens to early 20s. The reason for this is due to the violence, the aggression, and the fact that the murder was very organised yet disorganised, and apparently in the CCTV images it looked like something that the youths of that time would wear. Again, I'm not the fashion police, but really? And people also believe that they might have been young because there was no record of them in the police database. But then again, it's hard to believe that someone who could inflict this level of horror, of terror, of pure evil would be a first-time offender. But then again, it could be an offender that's never been caught. It just seems really strange to me that whoever did this has inflicted that much torture, aggression and evil and have never found themselves on the police radar. I have no idea what I've just done, but my hair has went static. Like, you see that if I put my hand in front of it? Sorry, I'm looking at my viewfinder, by the way, but like, what happened? We'll just tuck it behind and forget it exists. It's fine. So this case, it all comes back to the main questions. What happened to Alan Wood? Why did it happen to him? And who the hell did this to him? To this date, more than 20,000 people have been spoken to in connection to this ongoing inquiry into Alan's murder. 4 arrests have been made over this time, but all 4 people have been released without charge. Alan's home, the manor house, this would be demolished 2 years after his murder. Sainsbury's supermarket, they wanted to contribute as best as they could to help fund the investigation or, try and bring people forward to give information that they might be scared to present. They put forward an award of £40,000, which has now been brought up to £60,000 with added donations. But this is available to anyone who can help bring information forward that will aid in the capture of Alan Wood's killer or killers. Family, friends and also the police, they haven't given up on Alan's case. Alan's case remains ongoing. It is an open inquiry. They are determined to hunt down and find the person or persons who committed this vile murder. Alan is someone who truly will never be forgotten by friends, family, the community, and hopefully you guys as well as we sit down and discuss his case today. A memorial garden was even set up for Alan within the Willoughby Arms. Everyone gathers there on the anniversary of his passing to celebrate his life, to unify, to come together, keep his memory alive, but also keep the discussion of this case alive. When they come to remember Alan, they'll sit down with a pint, they'll eat his favourite mini cheddars, just as Alan would if he was still here today. It's very clear to see with everything that's been said about Alan that he was one of life's kind and gentle people. What happened to him is too difficult to comprehend. How could anyone find a reason to hurt someone that has only ever had nice things said about him? And yet we see it time and time again in these cases. Innocent victims being targeted just because these monsters exist. Alan Wood will be forever loved and missed by family, friends, remembered by the community, remembered by us. And we can only hope and pray that one day Alan's family get the answers that they so desperately need and that Alan gets the justice that he truly deserves. These vile monsters that committed this evil act of murder, they will slip up one day. And when they finally do, we will all be waiting. If you feel like you have any information that may assist in the investigation of Alan Woods' murder, please contact the police on 101 and quote Operation Magnesium. If you would rather, you can call Crime Stoppers on 0800 555 111. That's 0800 555 111. If you do have any information that you're holding on to, if you're scared to come forward with it, please do so. This man deserves justice. His family deserves some sort of peace and healing. Please do the right thing if you know anything. So up until now, there's been a level of control. Stalking, watching, choosing the moment. But this next case, there is no control. Just complete chaos, and whoever happens to be in the way, they're the next target. So first up, we'll talk about David Edward Gretzler. Now, I must say, he didn't exactly come from chaos, but chaos definitely came for him. He was born on May the 21st of 1951, and he was born in the Bronx of New York. He was the second of 4 kids to what looked like this very polished, all-American family. I mean, this guy, he looked like the Walking Dead, but hey, who am I to judge? So his dad, Norton, he was the president of the Tuckahoe School District. And this probably sounds really fancy and really impressive, and it probably would be to people who don't know what it is. But once you find out that he literally ran his home like a military academy, opinions change. Then there is his mum, Janet. Now, she was deemed to be the glue that held the family together, and believe me, this was a family that should have been in therapy decades before therapy was even a thing. Because So the family, they wind up moving to Tuckahoe, and neighbours, people in society, they look at the Gretzler family and they think, wow, that is a picture of respect. But let me tell you, behind those neat pleated curtains that you would see through the window was a world of hell. Because the father, Norton, he was the kind of dad that believed that discipline and abuse built character, which to me just translates, I'm about to ruin your childhood and I am going to get away with it. Norton was someone who expected constant perfect grades, perfect behaviour, but most importantly, he always expected perfect obedience. He wanted respect constantly, even though he didn't respect his own family. And if you missed the mark with Norton, if you didn't quite live up to his expectations, he would let you know and he would leave a mark on you. He would hand out his own lessons to his children, and these lessons were actually just mental and physical torture and abuse. Did I say his name was David at the start? I feel like I did, and his name's Douglas. Oops. Anyway, so Douglas's older brother Mark, he was the favourite child. He was the golden boy. He was the one who couldn't do any wrong, even if he tried. He got straight A's, he was popular, loads of friends, he was good at sports. And then there was Douglas, who on average would get C's and D's, which, you know, not everyone's built the same way academically, but when you have a father like Norton, it's really not gonna fly. And this bit honestly broke my heart for Douglas as a child, not the later monster he comes to be, because believe me, he is evil incarnate. But one time when he was younger, he came home with something he was so proud of. He had actually done well in school. He had got himself a really good report card, and for the first time, he was excited to bring this home. So young Douglas, he rushes in the door of the family home, doesn't even have time to shut it. He is just so proud, beaming with pride, wants to show off to his dad because all he wants is his father's approval. So he runs to his dad, shows him the report card. He's waiting there, anticipating approval, affection, something that he's longed for. Norton looks at the report card, shrugs, tosses it away and says, "You can do better." Because nothing says love like, destroying your kid's soul before dinner time. And it was after this that Douglas kind of gave up. He was like, well, what am I fighting for here? What am I actually wanting off this guy who doesn't care if I live or die? So he decides, I'm not going to try and impress this guy anymore. I'm just going to do my own thing. He represses his emotions and he does what any teenager is going to do. Rebel. He started to sneak out at night. He was indulging in alcohol, weed, music that he shouldn't have been listening to. Whatever. And I mean, bearing in mind, I'm calling him a teenager, right? But when he starts drinking and smoking weed, he's 11 years old. Yeah. So, age 11, and he is basically living in the family basement. I don't know if he wasn't allowed upstairs or whatever, but he was living down there, and he would constantly play the drums, and apparently this was to drown out any family drama. He was just sick of their shit, and he didn't want to listen to it anymore. So, Norton, the strict parent, the one who expects perfection from everyone apart from himself, he catches wind that young Douglas has been smoking the devil's lettuce, and he is not happy. And it's no great when parents hear that, okay, they're going to maybe freak out. But Norton didn't want to have this, we need to talk, we need to work this out, we're going to have to punish you. He just resorts to straight up physical violence because why not turn the home into a WWE wrestling ring on a Friday night?
Let's get ready to rumble!
So he and Douglas, they are wrestling. Quite literally, they come crashing into the bathroom, they smack down on the floor, injuries are flying everywhere. And from this moment forward, Norton would never ever miss the chance to tell his son what a failure he was, how disappointed he was. This family was so dysfunctional that at one point, they actually go to family counselling. But how do you go through family counselling when you're sitting with this guy Norton that believes that any feelings and emotions is weakness? So that went down like a fart in a spacesuit because Norton just couldn't do it. So then a real tragedy would take place in August of 1966. Mark, the golden child, the one that the parents loved and adored and was actually proud of, he would kill himself. Mark was only 17 years old and he had been caught stealing exam papers, which was apparently for a joke amongst his peers. But when this was discovered, he would be banned from all senior activities. And in his suicide note, he never said goodbye. He never told his family they loved him. He simply thanked his aunt for the gun. Could you imagine being that auntie and your nephew has killed himself using your own gun and then he thanks you for it in his note? that feeling of guilt and shame and responsibility that you would feel, I don't even know how she would overcome that. Now, as you can imagine, the death of Mark, this completely broke the family. I mean, the parents were beyond devastated. Norton had started heavily drinking. He was very abusive when he was drunk, not just physically, but I mean, emotionally abusive. And months after the death of Mark, Norton comes stumbling out of the basement, a bottle in hand, and he asked Douglas, "Why couldn't it have been you that died? Why couldn't Mark still be here? Why are you still here?" Could you imagine being 16 years old and you hear that from your own father, that he wishes that you were dead and that your sibling was still here instead? That is not emotional damage, that is full-blown origin story. So by the age of 16, Douglas is like, do you know what? I'm done pretending to care about people who don't even care about me. So he decides he is going to dive deeper into drugs. First weed, then LSD, then mescaline. Because apparently if your home life is already a bad trip, then you might as well as make it literal. Now, within school, Douglas would get called Lammy. I don't know why, and apparently no one really knows why he got called Lammy, but this seems like the kind of thing that would really irritate someone who was one tiny argument away from snapping. Douglas wasn't exactly popular, but he wasn't exactly a loner either. He had a very select group of friends who, you know, was into the same stuff, the same drugs. He just continued playing sports, drumming, taking drugs, and just blending into the background as much as he could. People said later on when they heard about the crimes he committed, it was almost like a, wait, Lammy did that? Little Lammy Lamb from round the quiet guy with the drums? No. Apparently no one's seen it coming, but, you know, I read this story and I can see it coming a mile off. So, after high school, Lammy, he doesn't even pretend to be interested in college. That is just not the route he wants to go down. So he sort of bounces around job to job. He has one as an auto mechanic, which, you know, fair play, that's quite a good job. But the problem with him is that he had no follow through. And then comes women, because there's always going to be a woman in these stories. There's always going to be another victim before the victims, you know? So at this point, he's in Florida and he meets a woman by the name of Judith Isle. Now, Judith was a woman from Manhattan, and apparently when she seen little Lammy Lou, she thought it was marriage material. Maybe she had beer goggles on. I'm not here to judge, but Judith, you could have done better, babe. So the couple, they would tie the knot in 1970 and they moved back to the Bronx in the hopes that they were going to start their happily ever after. You know, family, friends, barbecues, cookouts. It's going to be a great time. Spoiler alert. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because this happy marriage would last 24 hours max. See, Douglas Gretzler, he couldn't keep a job. He couldn't hold one down. And let's be honest, the guy wasn't interested in doing so. He didn't care about supporting his family. Judith was the one left to hold down the fort by herself, working a job at the bank. She is the one providing for them, providing for children, putting food on the table every single night. And when they had actually had their daughter Jessica, you know, Douglas, he cares about Jessica for about 2 minutes. Then he gets bored of fatherhood, and actually he gets bored of the whole married life. It's not for him. And so with that, he starts disappearing for long stretches of time. I mean, days, and then weeks, and then maybe the odd month here and there. Whilst Judith is at home handling the bills, the baby, the burnout that comes with all of that. And Douglas, he was handling petty crime. Nothing huge, but it was just enough to make his mark and make sure that police knew his name. So then Douglas turns 21 and a wealthy relative, they'll leave him behind a little trust fund. Now it's nothing huge, but he does get a couple thousand, which, I mean, honestly, back then probably was a big amount, and for a family with nothing, that's definitely something. But instead of thinking, you know, I better get like nappies, I better get some clothing for the baby, maybe Judith deserves a day off. Maybe she should go shopping or at least get out to do the food shop. But no. He immediately blows the entire couple thousand on an MGB sports car. Not bills, not groceries, not baby clothes, a sports car. Just classic toxic husband behaviour. It's like, Judith, All your money has to go on the house, hun, but any money I make, it's all mine. All mine to do whatever I want with. So then we come to December the 26th of 1972. Judith is out with the baby for a bit. She's running some errands because, well, it's only her that actually does anything in the house. Now Douglas sneaks into their house, grabs a duffel bag, packs up his crap, hops into his nice shiny MGB sports car and takes off. No note, no letter, no goodbye, just left like some low-budget James Dean wannabe. So he starts heading west. He's chasing this dream of a life in Colorado. I don't know what he thought was waiting for him there because nothing was. So he stopped off in Casper, Wyoming, and he would spend 6 months there just drifting between job to job to job, but he would either leave the job after a week or he would be fired. And usually, more often than not, he was fired. He was then eventually arrested for vagrancy and a traffic violation, but again, like, nothing major, nothing to write home about. So then, 8 weeks later, he decides he's going to drive to Denver, Colorado. A new city, a new start, and if his past is any indication of his future, a brand new mess just waiting to happen. And then we come to the other half of hell. Willie Luther Bill Steelman. Oh yes, because in this case it just wasn't enough to have one weirdo, we've got to have two. So he was born on March the 21st of 1945 in San Joaquin County of California. He was the baby of the family, and with that he was apparently the headache. His parents, Lester and Ethel, they had packed up all their bags during the Dust Bowl era and they had left Oklahoma chasing this California dream. Now, unfortunately, they didn't find gold. In fact, they just found very long hours and a hell of a lot of farm work. Then Lester, he's able to land himself a foreman job. Now, it didn't pay much, but they worked together as a family. They worked hard to create somewhat of a living. They were the kind of family that every time life just pissed them off, they would work hard and pray harder and just hope that life would stop kicking them in the frickin' teeth. And because both of these parents, they're busy trying to keep the lights on and trying to keep food coming on that table, Willie Steelman, he was practically raised by his 14-year-old sister Frances. And I mean, listen, it's no much of an upbringing for anyone. A child raising another child. Now, by the time Willie had hit school age in Lodi, California, it was very clear he was the kind of guy that wasn't winning any popularity contests. I mean, he was by no means hated, but also no one was lining up to be his friend. He just seemed to exist. He was just there. Very much invisible, very much quiet, and just waiting for a plot twist. Now, a twist would arrive in his life, but it wasn't the kind of twist he was hoping for. At just the age of 13, Willie would lose his father Lester. When his dad died, any structure he had just completely fell apart. School? Out the window. Good attitude? Out the window. Any humanity? Chucked right out the window. So he's dropped out of school, starts dabbling in petty crime, and he would just go on to become his mother's full-time nightmare. She would beg him to get a job or go back to school, just do something with yourself, do something worthwhile. Anytime she brought this up, he would just threaten her. Real charming guy. Now, eventually, Ethel was able to find love. She remarried, and Willie's new stepfather, I think he very quickly realised that Willie wasn't short for William or William Fur. It seemed to be short for walking red flag. And I didn't know Willie could be short for that, but apparently so. His mum still loved him from a distance, but she couldn't be the loving parent that she wanted to be because couldn't sit and condone his crappy actions. He was spiralling and she knew it. Now, the one thing that she did do, which is like, you know, must we do that? She would compare Willie to his brother Gary, who, by the way, was doing just fine. He's moving on in his life, he's setting goals, he's accomplishing goals, and Willie's not doing damn much. And by doing this comparison to Gary, Willie just seemed to spiral further. So Willie's mum and stepdad, they are able to convince him that, you know, you should join the Navy. I think it would be good for you. And, you know, possibly the structure might help fix him a little bit. But shock horror, this would not last. He lasted a few months before getting the boot. There was no medals, no honour, no honourable discharges, just a boot up the ass with a sign that says, "Never return, Willie." So then he decides that he's going to go and crash with his sister Frances in Denver, but this kind of lasted as long as a bad roommate from a Craigslist ad. Frances is living there with her children. She needs a safe space, and it got to a point where Willie's actions was constantly terrifying the children and honestly starting to terrify her. She had no other option but to kick him out. So Willie, he's like, no, where do I go? Like, no one wants me in their house, no. As if it wasn't the consequences of his own crappy actions. So where does he head now? Yep, that's right, he goes crawling back to California, wants to be back with his mum. Then we're in 1965, and Willie, he is really levelling up his criminal lifestyle. Now we've got 3 counts of forgery and involving a minor in a crime. Classy Willie. Real nice. So he would be handed off to the California Youth Authority and he was sent over to Pine Grove work camp for 7 months. The way you can think of this is almost like summer camp, but instead of marshmallows, you get manual labour and moral decay. So he gets out of this work camp and he thinks to himself, do you know what? I'm going to give this whole honest living thing a bash. Can't be that bad, right? So he gets a job, he's working as a field hand and starts off okay, like as okay as it can be with someone like him. But turns out he was just working there long enough for him to meet a woman. But instead of meeting a woman, he would meet a 15-year-old girl and then get married to her in Reno, because nothing says responsible adult like marrying a frickin' child. And not only that, but then moving this child into your mother's house with you. And can you believe it? It all fell apart. I know, I was shocked too, thought it was a match made in heaven. See, this all started to fall apart because of his crime, you know, the petty theft, the forgery, the escalation into even worse crimes. But he was also becoming very abusive. By December, he would be wanted for cashing stolen checks. He was then arrested in January and thrown into jail, and whilst he was in custody, he tries to kill himself. And when he does this, he's kind of thinking, you know, why is my bride not coming to see me? Like, what's going on there? But it turns out his underage bride's parents, they had immediately went to the court and got this marriage annulled. Thank you, God, we've got people with common sense. And then we move on to the carousel of institutions that Willie Steelman would end up in. So first, we've got Stockton State Hospital. Whilst he was here, this is where doctors would label him mentally ill. I mean, I think that's why he's at the hospital, but I think we're trying to find out, you know, what the mental illness might be. And then Willie finds himself in a Atascadero hospital. We all know that. Honestly, the minute I hear a Atascadero, the person who immediately comes to my mind, 3, 2, 1, we'll say it at the same time. 3, 2, 1, Edmund Kemper. See, I knew we were both in sync. But this was a place for people who made regular mental health hospitals say, you know, that's above our pay grade. We don't get paid enough to deal with that. Now, apparently, Willie, whilst he was there, he made remarkable progress. I'd love to see it. But once they decide that he is making this remarkable progress, he's then sent back to Stockton State Hospital. Once they feel like he is rehabilitated enough, he would then be sent to prison for 14 months for the forgery crime. He would end up in California Men's Colony, where, shockingly, he wound up being a role model prisoner. Aren't they all? Now, he would only have to serve 2 months before being paroled in 1968. He then moved back to Lodi of California. He got a job working as a store clerk, and, you know, you think things are turning around. You think he's maybe working on himself. No, I mean, he's telling everyone that he's turning his life around, but you know, these people have a tendency to lie. Because just 3 months later, he would be arrested for selling LSD to 2 16-year-old girls. It's like this man, he just cannot resist making life's worst decisions. So 43 days in jail and a $625 fine later, he would be back walking the streets. And then he would meet a woman by the name of Kathy Stone. Now, they had actually originally met when he was still locked up, and in the minute he gets out of prison, they officially meet. And I'm saying officially meet, but actually the minute he gets out of prison, he moves right on in with Kathy. Now, through her, he would meet another woman, and this was a woman called Denise Mitchell, because apparently this man collects wives like he collects parking tickets. By June of 1969, he is married to her, and then he starts moving around California like he is allergic to stability. So he finds himself landing in Sacramento, Mountain View, new cities, new chaos. Now, by 1970 and 1971, Willie, he's basically on first name basis with law enforcement. Like, he was just known to be such a freaking nuisance. But I don't know if, like, because he was on first name basis with law enforcement, if officers kind of felt bad for him, because he was constantly being arrested, but constantly catching a break. Charges were being dropped, fines were being reduced. It was like the universe was just given so many second chances to a specimen that didn't deserve them. Now, we get to 1972, and his luck and his self-control both running on empty. His drug use had escalated to the extremes, but somehow he was still able to get himself a job as an orderly at Vista Ray Hospital. He was making around $320 a month, which he had never made in his life. I mean, this is a guy who's allergic to work. But this could have been a really positive thing for him until he was fired because he was caught forging prescriptions because, well, of course he was. So then we come to New Year's Day of 1973, and Denise, she's just like, new year, new me, new man, possibly. She packs her bags and leaves. She's had enough of this man. She told him that she was done covering for him, she was done being broke, and she was done watching her paychecks go straight into this man's veins. Now, it might have been the end of their marriage, but this was just the beginning of Willie's final downward spiral. Because this man, he's officially lost everything. Everything except his appetite for destruction. So come August of 1973, Willie Steelman, he is doing his usual boomerang act, like bouncing from family member to family member, seeing who will accept him back. So he travels over to Colorado, and all of this is done under the guise of going to see his sister Frances. So he knocks the door, Frances opens, and although she's met with uncertainty, at the same time, that's her brother. She wants to welcome him in. She's a good human being, unlike him. So she welcomes him into her home. She is willing to give him another chance, and this is just going to go down like a lead balloon. Now, Frances welcomes him into the home, but for a visit. He's not allowed to stay. Things, she can't risk her children like that again. But there comes a problem because Willie, when it's time to go, he doesn't. He remains seated and firm on his decision, and he flat out tells Frances, I'm not leaving. Like, I'm living here now. Like it or lump it, Franny. And he literally sets up camp in the corner of an unfurnished room, and I don't know if he's trying to claim squatters' rights or something, because he just does not move. He doesn't pay rent, he refuses to work, and he basically turns her home into his own personal frickin' Airbnb. Only that this Airbnb had 0 checkout date. Now, Frances hated this. She was seething. I mean, she was absolutely fuming. She doesn't want a man like this in her house. But Willie's oldest niece, Terry Morgan, she was obsessed with her Uncle Willie. She thought he was so cool. Like, he had all these crime stories, he had lived a life. And she was young and impressionable. She just thinks that Uncle Willie is a total riot. But I mean, kids don't really have any taste, do they? Now, via Terry, Steelman would be introduced to another young girl, and this was 17-year-old Marsha Renslow. And she, like Terry, would be one of the many youngsters who became obsessed with Willie and his stories about crime. And now the moment that you've probably all been waiting for: how did Willie Steelman and Douglas Gretzler come to be? Well, what had happened is Gretzler had met Steelman at his sister's home, Frances's home. The two of them had become acquaintances through Marsha Renslow, who had asked both of them to kind of join forces and steal motorcycle parts for her. So Marsha, I mean, you're not off on a good foot either. Now, this was taking place on a late evening in September, and as you can imagine, the two of them just hit it off right away. They just clicked in an instant. I mean, they were inseparable from that moment, and although this would be a great thing in a charming story about two best friends becoming best friends, this is two monsters joining forces. Now, Douglas Gretzler, he would position himself in his telling of this story as the follower, the Robin to Steelman's very questionable Batman. And the two of them, they were the best match in the worst frickin' way, because their idea of fun was scheming and planning about how to make fast cash, but the fun way. And of course, the fun way is the illegal way. So Steelman, he starts teaching Gretzler how to snatch purses, how to scoop checkbooks. Soon enough, the pair of them, they would graduate in beating a young teenage boy and then stealing his shotgun. And whilst they're doing this, they're brainstorming how they can commit bigger crimes, the biggest crimes, and get away with them. Now, Frances, she couldn't take this anymore. I mean, Gretzler's here now with Steelman. They've got Marsha Renslow coming in, just egging them on. She decides to bail on her own home. Now, that's September the 30th, and from here on, chaos just ensues. And you might wonder, what was the straw that broke the camel's back for Frances? What drove her out her own frickin' home? Well, Steelman and Gretzler, they were practicing their purse snatching, and they just so happened to snatch Frances's purse. And even when she noticed, wouldn't give her it back. So Frances, she takes her children and she would move into an apartment nearby, and she told Steelman, you need to get out of here because I'm having this whole place repossessed. Did he move? No. So not too long after this, Steelman drops a bomb on the group. He tells them, we're going to Arizona. And when they ask, why? Why do we need to go to Arizona? We've got a whole, apartment here. This is amazing. Well, he tells them, I need to go on a weed run, but I also want some sunshine. So along for this journey to Arizona, we've got Steelman, we've got Gretzler, and then we've got Marsha Renslow. She's coming along for the ride. By October the 13th, the trio of trouble, they hit Globe, Arizona, and they decide, we need to start off our vacation in the best way possible. And for them, this was armed robbery. So the three of them, they come across this young couple who were sunbathing in the nude, and they threaten this couple and they demand any money that they've got, and from this whole escapade they would make $5. Hope it was worth it. That very night, they then decide they're going to pick up a hitchhiker in Tempe. They drove him out to the very secluded Orange Grove, pistol whipped him, took his ring, then took the ring to a pawn shop, pawned it, and got $60. It's very much like high stakes, low reward. But hey, I guess crime's just a numbers game. So the three of them, they decide to spend the night at the Stone Motel. And at this point, they're just plotting their next move. Where are they going to go next? Who are they going to track down? And they decide they're going to track down a young man by the name of Kenneth Unrein. Now, Kenneth, he was in Phoenix of Arizona, and apparently he was connected to someone called Kathleen Mestites, who Marsha, she was very eager to see, and apparently she was a bit infatuated with her. So it's October the 14th, and the trio, they arrive at Kenneth Unrein's address, only to learn that he and Kathleen had split up. So at Marsha's request, Unrein, he provides the trio with Kathleen's new address and informs them that she has moved in with a young man who is 19 years old. And this was Robert Robbins. And of course, as expected, Unrein gives them the wrong address. 2 days later, broke and furious Steelman, he returns to Unrein's house, and when he returns, he would find another young man there by the name of Michael Adshade. And Willie Steelman, of course, wanting to lay down the law and peacock his authority, he holds Michael and Kenneth at gunpoint and then forces them into the car and forces them to drive to Kathleen's apartment. Now, once they're there, the furiousness, it kinda dissipates because now they're having a cocktail of drugs and alcohol. Now, Unrein and Adshade, they slip out for a second. Maybe they're going to get some air. I'm not entirely sure. Kathleen Mestites, she confides in the trio that Unrein had brutally beaten her, and apparently this assault had only taken place 2 months prior. Robert Robbins, he then escorts Steelman and Gretzler back to their motel, leaving just Kathleen and Marsha. Now, by October the 22nd, 6 days have gone by. Not a peep from Gretzler, not a peep from Steelman. Where the hell did they go? Kathleen at this point, she's like, no, do you know what? I've actually had enough. She decides to buy Marsha a plane ticket back to Denver, which I'm sure Marsha would be very grateful for when she finds out what's going to go down. So then we come to October the 17th of 1973. Gretzler and Steelman, they return to Unrein's apartment. Whilst there, they force Unrein and Adshade into Unrein's Volkswagen van at gunpoint. Once they're in this van, they get driven straight to California. Now, these men, they wouldn't be bound at this point, But Douglas and Willie, they were just like pointing a gun at them, staring at them the whole time. They were even like switching out seats so they could take turns pointing the gun. By the morning, they all arrive in Oakdale, and Steelman, he goes into a convenience store and buys them all a drink, because why not hydrate before you plan to commit murder? So they're driving again, and then hours later, they would pull over at Little John Creek. Now, once they get there, they would order Adshade and Unrein to walk down the creek bed. But at this point, they're bound with like microphone cord and rope. Like, they can barely walk at this point, and they're being like forced down this creek bed. Now, one of the men, they would turn around to Steelman and Gretzler, and they point blank ask, like, what's going to happen here, man? Like, what are you going to do? Now, at first, the young men, they're made to believe that they're just going to be abandoned here, and that they should wait around an hour before they try and free themselves. So Steelman and Gretzler, they walk off, right? They're really playing the role here. 2 minutes later, they come back, and they come back with a literal death sentence. Because within minutes, Unrein, he was partially strangled and brutally stabbed to death. Adshade, he would suffer the exact same fate. Both of them were then stripped naked, and they were hidden under bushes so no one could find them. And what is a horror film to these young men who have lost their lives? This is just another Tuesday to Steelman and Gretzler. So they've just committed murder, and they literally could not care. In fact, they just want to do it again. So the following morning, they hit the road. Now, by October the 20th, Unrein's van, the Volkswagen van that they stole, this would break down near California State Route 1. Now, Steelman and Gretzler, they of course just look like two people who have unfortunately broken down on the road. No one's going to know that they're bloodthirsty and cash hungry, and they're able to pull over a young couple in Petaluma. The second this young couple are pulled over, they're held at gunpoint and knife point. They're ordered to drive to Santa Clara. James Fulkerson, the male victim in this part of the case, he would then be bound and a gun would be held to his head. He's panicking. He's trying to reason with these men. He is begging them to at least spare his girlfriend, and he actually says to them, I know I don't have much say in this, but please don't hurt Eileen, okay? Please don't hurt her. And I'm not exactly sure what part of that statement had freaked Steelman out so much, but it was at this point, it was like a switch went off. The crazy switch. He just goes manic, and he pulls this young man up to his feet, looks him dead in the eye, and he tells him, I have every intention of blowing both your heads off. Could you just imagine the fear and the terror that you would feel in that moment? Now, around an hour later, Fulkerson, he would be put in the trunk of the vehicle, and Eileen was left with both these men. Now, Steelman, the monster that he is, he attempts to rape Eileen, but thankfully, this weirdo could not sustain an erection. And then he decides, actually, you know what? I'm going to let you live with the trauma that I've caused you, so we're just going to rob you and then leave you. And that's exactly what they did. They left this young couple in Mountain View after they were able to steal a car. Now, it's at this point where they're getting a bit worried about loose ends, specifically Kathleen and Robert Robbins, and, you know, also the two teenagers that they had released. So they decide they're going to head back through to Phoenix, and on the way they would pick up another hitchhiker. This would be 18-year-old Stephen Allen Loughran. When this young boy's picked up, he is so happy, so grateful for the lift, and he's happy to chip in money for gas. He's very forthcoming, and he just had no idea what was coming his way. So they all travel back to Kathleen Mestites. This includes Loughran. He's went with them. They all have a night where they indulge in alcohol, they're all taking drugs, they're having a party. It seems like a great time. But come the morning, October the 23rd, Steelman's patience is running very, very, very thin. Kathleen keeps talking about white magic and reincarnation, and this is just grating on his skull. And then Loughran, he's been talking about sports, and he's just no interested. But instead of telling them to shut up, he has a bigger plan in hand. So later that afternoon, Robert Robbins, he would drive Kathleen Mestites to work. And this gave Steelman the opportunity to pick a fight with Loughran over nothing. Nothing happened, nothing took place for him to be so furious. However, Loughran was able to handle himself. He was very much able to overpower Steelman in this struggle, but this is when Steelman would snap. He reaches for a shotgun, he grabs a sleeping bag, and he would force Loughran out of this apartment at gunpoint with Gretzler following behind. The pair then drive this young man up to the Superstition Mountains. Steelman then orders Loughran to climb inside this sleeping bag, and Loughran obeys because he's got a freaking shotgun at his head. And then Steelman pulls the trigger. He murders this 18-year-old boy for absolutely nothing. When they go back to the apartment, Robbins and Kathleen, they ask no questions. So then we come to October the 24th, and Steelman, he convinces Gretzler that they should murder Robert Robbins. He said he was really worried because he believed that Robbins had suspected the both of them in Unrein and Adshade's disappearance. After sundown, Gretzler, he would then strangle Robbins with electrical cord. He would then be shot in the head off Steelman just to make sure he was actually dead. And then they hid his body under the mattress in that apartment. Hours later, Kathleen's home, and she is conducting a seance. She was very much into all of that stuff, like the white magic, all of that. She's sitting, she's kneeling. Well, is she sitting or is she kneeling, Anna? Who knows? So she's kneeling down, she's conducting this seance, and Steelman walks up to her and shoots her in the head. Both of their bodies would be found on October the 28th. Friends and neighbours, they very quickly notice that these disappearances have taken place and they've tipped off the police. So they had witness interviews and then also Polaroid camera crime scene photos. They were able to piece together the suspects. So they have Bill, which is Willie Steelman, and then Doug, which is Douglas Gretzler. Now, Marsha Renslow, she would be interviewed and she went into detail about the carjackings, the armed robberies, forged motel payments, and she quite happily gives up their identities. And within just a few days, warrants would be issued for their arrest. But horrifyingly, by this point, Steelman and Gretzler, they're already on the move. They are not staying in one place too long. They know it's too risky. So hours after Kathleen's murder, they head for Tucson. On their way there, they decide to abandon Robert Robbins's Chevrolet, and they decide they're going to hop on a bus with money they've stolen from him. So then on November the 1st, they are obviously travelling around trying to find the next place to go, and they set their sights on a Dodge Charger. Now, this has been driven by a 19-year-old man, Gilbert Rodriguez Sierra. But these men, they think they're so entitled to every single thing that they want. They want that Dodge Charger. They're going to take it. At gunpoint, they have Gilbert Sierra. They force him into the trunk of his own vehicle. They then drag him to a canyon near Gates Pass, and the terror this young boy must have went through, because they fire at him multiple times, but there's like 3 misfires, and then suddenly he's shot in the back and he's shot in the face. And whilst he is being shot and killed, Gretzler is laughing, bellowing, calling this 19-year-old a pig and a narc and that he deserves to die for simply driving a car that they wanted. Honestly, these scumbags make me so angry. So they return to Tucson and they're able to score amphetamines, and they would spend the night at a drug den, having the time of their lives. Gilbert Sierra's body would be discovered 12 hours later, and at this point Steelman and Gretzler, they're still driving around in his Dodge Charger, so the following day they wipe all their fingerprints off the vehicle and then they abandon it in a parking lot. And then we come to November the 3rd. Another victim. This was Vincent Armstrong, and he was another young man simply offering these 2 people a lift. Very quickly, however, this was turned into a hostage situation by Steelman. He would press a gun into this young man's torso, ordering him to act normal, act like nothing's going on, and just continue driving. I mean, the young man literally has a freaking gun pointed at him. I don't think he can act natural. So obviously he starts to panic. Steelman then starts to panic, punches the young man, makes him pull over, and then he jumps into the driver's seat. Moments after they take off again, Vincent Armstrong, he sees possibly the only opportunity he's going to have to escape, and he throws himself out of this moving vehicle. He barely escapes with his life, but thankfully he did, because he was able to help the police draw up the identikits, which would of course help catch these men. And then we come to Michael and Patricia Sandberg. Now, Michael, he was a former Marine and Patricia was his wife. Steelman and Gretzler, they seen the perfect opportunity to take this couple hostage. Now, Patricia, she was distraught. She couldn't calm down. She was panicking so much, and Michael, he requests that the men at least give her a Valium to help with her nerves. Surprisingly, they allow this. Patricia, she then goes into the kitchen and she prepares sandwiches for these monsters. After they eat these, Gretzler and Steelman, they suddenly decide that it's time for a 60-minute makeover and they want to change up their appearance. So Gretzler, he dyes his blonde hair brown. Steelman shaves off his moustache and decides to try and conceal a black eye that he had earlier received using Patricia's makeup. I'm sorry, unless you know how to colour correct, you're not covering up a black eye. The husband, Michael, he was then forced to lay face down on the couple's bed. He was restrained in a way that meant if he moved, he would choke himself. Patricia was dragged from the bathroom onto the couch where she would be further bound. Gretzler then walked back into the bedroom, approached Michael and shot him directly in the head, whilst his wife has to listen. He then walks back through to the sofa where Patricia is lying, who is distraught, crying, can barely breathe. He takes a cushion and puts it over Patricia's head. He shot Patricia in the head, but this wasn't enough, so he decides to shoot her another 4 times. But Steelman, he believes somehow that Patricia's still alive, and he decides what needs to happen is her head needs to be bludgeoned in with a golf club. Complete overkill. After this poor couple have been murdered, they then loot the family home before taking off in Michael and Patricia's Datsun. They then checked into a motel using forged checks and continued heading toward California. And honestly, you would think they were done. Like, are these guys no tired? No, apparently not. On November the 6th, the pair, they would return to Steelman's hometown of Lodi, where they would orchestrate a robbery of United Market. After this is when they would then move on to the Parkin Errol Lang massacre. Now, by the time they arrive at the Parkinses' home, the couple, they aren't in. However, their 9-year-old child Robert and his 11-year-old sibling Lisa, they were being babysat by 18-year-old Deborah Errol and her 15-year-old brother Richard Jr. So, Steelman and Gretzler, they enter this property, okay, and then they go to the door. Deborah tells them that the owners of the home aren't in and that she's babysitting. Now, Steelman and Gretzler, they say to Deborah, you know, that's a problem, because the owner of this house, Walter, he owes us money. But this was a ruse to try and have Deborah lower her guard, and as soon as she did, they would barge by her, storm into the house and hold them at gunpoint. At this point, the young children are absolutely terrified, and so is Deborah, but she needs to protect them. She needs to protect her younger brother Richard. Deborah is comforting these children. She tells Gretzler and Steelman, listen, the couple's not home and they're not going to be home for hours, just leave and come back another day. But instead of leaving these teenagers and these young children alone, these sickos force them through to the living room and force them to sit on the sofa with them. Deborah, at one point, she's then able to call her father. She is completely distressed, she is terrified, she explains what's going on, and immediately he rushes over to the Parkinses' home. Now, he had actually told his wife, Wanda, if I'm not back in 15 minutes, you need to call the police because that means that something really bad is going on. Gretzler and Steelman, they learn this from him because he threatens them with that. He says, you know, my wife's going to call the police when I'm not home in 15 minutes, and they use this against him. They would force him to go home and retrieve his wife and bring her back. Of course, one of them accompanies him because otherwise he would just go straight to the police. At 9:25 p.m, Mark Lang, who is Deborah Errol's fiancé, he arrives at the property. Now, he came because he was meant to be driving Deborah and Richard Jr. home, only to be met by this unimaginable horror and for him himself to be taken hostage. Then at 10:45 p.m, Joanne Parkin and Walter Parkin, they return home, or they returned to hell. The pair of them, they were forced to hand over any possessions that they had on them. Joanne had pleaded with Gretzler and Steelman to just allow her to put her children to bed. And weirdly enough, they allowed this. So Joanne, she goes upstairs, she puts her children to bed in the master bedroom, and she begs them, please just go to sleep. Everything's fine. Everything's going to be okay. Just please try rest and try and get some sleep. All hostages, they would be ordered to go into the bathroom, into the walk-in closet, all of them except Walter Parkin. Walter would be forced to drive to United Market and retrieve money from the floor safe with Steelman. Now, they were able to get $4,000, which in 2025, this would be $28,400. And then he's forced to return home, return back to this house of horror. Once they are back in this home, Gretzler immediately makes his way to the master bedroom where both the 9-year-old and 11-year-old child were asleep, and he would shoot them both to death. They then make their way over to the closet where all of these hostages are being held. As you can imagine, Joanne, she is just devastated, she is distraught, she knows what's happened to her children. Everyone in this closet is begging and pleading for their lives, but that didn't matter. This was going to happen. Steelman and Gretzler, this is what they wanted. Deborah Errol's father, Richard Errol Sr., he would be the first one to be shot. It would then be Walter Parkin, followed by Richard Errol Jr. Then her mother Wanda would be shot and killed. Then Deborah herself, and then finally Joanne Parkin. And there was not a single element of remorse from these monsters. Do you know what they did? They went downstairs and they consumed a chocolate birthday cake in the family's wine. Like, this family just a day or two ago have been celebrating a birthday. And now they're all dead. Then when they're finished the chocolate cake, once they've stuffed their evil faces, they decide, let's get any other last valuables and we'll leave. So they left the home around 1:20 a.m. and around an hour later they would check into a Holiday Inn under the alias of W.J. Symes. And then around 3 a.m. that night, or I should probably say that morning, an 18-year-old house guest at the Parkin home, 18-year-old Carol Jenkins, she returns home from an evening out. Now she goes into the house and she does notice that there's a couple of lights on, which is a bit weird, but she doesn't go and investigate, she just heads straight to bed. 4 hours later, Mark Lang, Deborah Errol's fiance, his friends are panicking because he was meant to come back and meet them, and he hasn't. So they're panicking because this is really weird. Usually he would alert them if he's not coming back. They're walking down the street and they see his car parked outside the Parkin home. And honestly, more power to them. They go to this door at 7:03 a.m. They would then be greeted with a very groggy, disorientated Carol Jenkins. Carol says that doesn't sound right, like Mark would have went away with Deborah and Richard Jr., but she'll go check with the Parkins, who were still asleep. But as we know, this family were not asleep. They were dead. When first responders arrive, they would be greeted by 2 very distraught men trying to look after this young woman who was equally as distraught. She was screaming and she was flailing around the house like a human alarm bell. But inside, the scene would be even worse. It was so grim, so gruesome, and so horrifying. The 2 Parkin children, they were laying dead in the master bedroom. And this horror would only escalate when the officers, they made their way through to the bathroom, to the walk-in closet, where they found 7 victims all crammed into this closet. Now the investigation at this point kicks into overdrive. Everyone wants to speak to everyone. Witnesses from a motel where the killers had stayed, they give descriptions, and then a cream Datsun with Arizona plates. This led investigators straight to the apartment complex of Michael Sandberg. Within hours, the arrest warrants for Gretzler and Steelman, they would be updated in connection with the murder of Kathleen and Robert. They had their bail set at $222,000, but like, should bail even be an option? I mean, I know these losers can't afford it, but still, you never know who they might know. News of 9 fresh homicides within the San Joaquin County, this sped through the law enforcement grapevine, linking the Phoenix killings to Lodi, Steelman's hometown. By November the 7th, the San Joaquin County Sheriff, they go public. They're not pulling any punches. They publicly name Willie Steelman as a prime suspect in the Victor murders, and they also hint that he is a prime suspect behind the Phoenix killings. And at this point, the net starts closing in pretty fast. A tip had confirmed that the pair had been in Lodi just before the Orchard Road murders. Convenient? I think not. And then Donald Scott, who had spent some time with them, he spills the beans about the Victor supermarket robbery that they had been planning. And by the morning of November the 8th, their names, their mugshots, splattered everywhere. All across Sacramento Union, Sacramento Bee, they really stood no chance. Meanwhile, at this point, the dynamic duo, they are laying low in Sacramento. They had checked into the Clooney Hotel under aliases and they thought they were safe. Now, Steelman, he checked in as Will Simon, and Gretzler, he just checked in as himself. And they were about to get a very rude awakening because when they bought the newspaper, Willie Steelman's own mugshot staring right back at him. 11 homicides, now had this loser's name written all over them. Naturally, at this point, he freaks out and he decides, maybe Florida's going to be a better bet for us. And honestly, this is just, it's hilarious how stupid these criminals are, because Steelman, he tries to recruit a young woman to drive them out of town. However, a hotel clerk very quickly spots them and they tip off the police. Within minutes, armed officers, they swarm this hotel. Gretzler, ever the dramatic one, he tries his best to escape to the 4th floor, but very quickly realises doesn't stand a chance. So instead, he surrenders on the 2nd floor. And what he says? Comical. His arms were raised at exactly 10:04 a.m. and he says, "Man, I'm glad this is over. I've seen enough killing and man, I don't want to see any more." Okay. Alrighty then. And I mean, if you think Gretzler's like dramatic, like trying to run away and stuff like that, Steelman turns it into a full-fledged production. He refuses to go quietly. He is screaming and shouting, "This is a mistaken identity. I'm going to commit suicide." He demanded the media come for this. He wanted it all on camera. And he only surrendered when a live radio announcement assured him, "You're not going to get shot." Because of course these losers, they kill other people, but they're so terrified of death themselves. So once he finally emerges, immediately he's handcuffed, and then he makes an announcement himself. He cheerfully says, "Well, I guess I'm going back to Stockton." Like, what? When I tell you the aftermath of these murders, once they had caught these criminals, it was like a candy store for the forensics. Like, they just had their pick of the lot. I mean, number one, Sandberg's keyring and keys was on Gretzel's keyring. Their hotel room yielded revolver cartridges, a Smith & Wesson that was used in multiple murders, stolen checkbooks, ID cards, and every other piece of evidence imaginable that connected them to all the crimes. Now, the Sandbergs' vehicle, the vehicle that they had, this had revealed blood-stained boots and jeans, there was jewellery, there was a brown grocery sack that was stuffed with wallets that did not belong to them, purses, credit cards, all looted from the Parkin household. Now, Steelman and Gretzler immediately, they were separated under an armed guard. Both of them were whisked off into solitary confinement, forbidden from talking to each other. Steelman, true to form, refuses to cooperate. He's not going to talk until his lawyer's there. And even when his lawyer arrived, still refused to cooperate. Now, Gretzler, he starts off playing the obedient student. I was just doing what I was told. My life was at risk. Same old chestnut with these people. But gradually, the truth would seep out and he would reveal that he was in fact a very active and willing participant in these murders. So the trials begin in California for the Orchard Road murders. Gretzler, he would plead guilty to 9 counts of first-degree murder, whereas Steelman, he pleaded no contest to avoid the kidnapping charges. Now, Judge Pappas, he was having none of this. He could not be doing with the BS. He had said that Steelman was the architect and engineer of the murders, and Gretzler was a willing participant. So life sentences would follow and the pair were extradited to Arizona for the Sandberg and Sierra murders. And let me tell you, Arizona, full-blown theatre production. Now Steelman, his defence, they leaned heavy on the insanity. They said that he was a tortured, misunderstood man, a victim of drugs, rage and hallucinations. Now apparently he felt like he was fighting social injustice. He claimed extreme headaches, really bad acid trips, and also a vendetta against the ruling class. That was an excuse for that was a defence for his murders. Now the prosecution, they're like, let's just cut this dead in the water. They enter the witnesses, the evidence, the blood-stained evidence, bullets, concrete proof that his claims of moral justification and insanity and psychotic episodes were complete, utter nonsense. And thankfully, the jury, they wouldn't buy it either. He would be convicted of the 2 murders, the kidnappings, the robberies, and he would be sentenced to death, plus decades more for the Sandberg murders. Now, Gretzler's trial, it would follow a similar arc. His defence was trying to minimise his role in the murders, that he was an unwilling participant, and they had classed him as a secondary character who was dragged into Steelman's production. Are we in Scream? What's all the film references? But thankfully the prosecution dismantled every single claim. The evidence witness testimony, the blood-stained evidence, the bullets, the fingerprints, the whole 9 yards. They had tried to claim that he was a passive observer and that he was actually a decent person before he met Willie Steelman. We all know that's not true. The jury would then deliberate for over 2 hours trying to work out what this POS deserves. He was found guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder, robbery and kidnapping, and he too would be sentenced to death. Hallelujah. Now, I will say, life on death row really highlighted the contrast between the pair. Steelman was an absolute nuisance, a headache to everyone in that prison. He was manipulative, he was constantly spinning stories about his terrible upbringing. He said he was innocent or that there was moral justification. He was also conning his correspondents to send in money and gifts to him in prison. He would feud with guards, he terrorised fellow inmates, but he did keep cordial relations with Gretzler. Now, on August the 7th of 1986, good news would echo through the walls of that prison because Steelman, he had collapsed and died in his cell. Whilst it's good news that this monster was wiped off the earth, it was devastating news for some of the families, and in particular, Patricia Sandberg's father. He was absolutely devastated that justice had been cheated due to natural causes. This monster deserves so much worse and his daughter deserves so much better. Now Gretzler, on the other hand, by contrast, he transformed into the model prisoner. He completely severed ties with Steelman, he reconnected with his family, or, at least the ones that would still talk to him. He even wrote apology letters to victims' families. He had expressed remorse and he acknowledged the justice in his death sentence. By 1998, he had completely stopped fighting his execution. He accepted that it was going to happen. And on June the 3rd of 1998, Douglas Gretzler, he would become the first person to be executed during daylight hours in Arizona. I didn't know they only executed at night or middle of the night. Now, his last meal, he had 6 fried eggs, 4 slices of bacon, 2 slices of toast, coffee, and 2 cans of Coca-Cola. When he went to be executed, he wore his glasses so he could see his family members. He also publicly expressed his remorse to all 17 victims and their families. He then turned to his sister and he expressed love for her and for her children, and quietly mouthed, "I love you," and bye, right as the lethal injection began. Now at that moment in time, he was actually Arizona's longest serving death row inmate, closing the chapter finally on a spree that destroyed 17 lives and the rest. Because it didn't just destroy 17 lives, it destroyed entire families. This video today is of course dedicated to the victims' families. I am sending thoughts, love and prayer your way. I can't even imagine the horror that you suffered through. And for the victims, I really hope wherever they are now that they are resting peacefully and there is no conviction, there's no punishment that could possibly equalise the loss of a loved one. And for that I am so sorry. And as absolutely horrific as that is, at least it's over relatively quickly. Because what you're about to hear next, this would last for hours. So let's start off by setting the scene, shall we? Okay, let's get used to our surroundings. Let's get familiar. Oakley in 1990, this was the definition of small town rural America. I mean, the population at this point hovering under 900. That is very little people. And I hate to say something that's kind of cliche, but it really was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone's names, faces, places, businesses, cars, business. It was tucked away in Camas Valley and it sat around 45 miles east of Salt Lake City. Now, it was completely surrounded by the snowy landscapes of the Wasatch Mountains, and honestly, this was the kind of thing that looked like something out of a frickin' postcard or a horror movie. It really depends on your perspective. Now, one thing about Oakley, its winters, they weren't just cold, they were downright brutal. I mean, brutal weather conditions. Thick snow would blanket the whole town. The mountains, totally different story. This was feet. I genuinely just tried to say it was feet of snow. Foots of snow on the mountains? Foots. We'll go with foots. The temperatures would be below freezing, and then come night time they were even further below freezing. The roads that would lead out of the valley, they were usually covered in slick black ice, which is so freaking dangerous. Black ice is probably the thing that terrifies me most in the winter because you literally can't see it. Now, once you turned off the road and toward the cabins within the foothills, Cars were no use. This is when you had to jump out of your car right onto a snowmobile. That is the only way you could climb up this mountain. And by doing this, this is where you would find the Tida family cabin. Now, the Tida family, for their cabin, they would park in this parking lot, sort of at the bottom of the slope. They would then hop on their snowmobiles and they would travel for around 2.5 miles, maybe slightly less, but roughly 2.5 miles up to the family cabin. And for many people, including the Tida family, the serenity, the tranquility, the peace and calm that you would get due to the isolation, that was one of the most appealing aspects of the cabins up in the mountains. It was a perfect place to just bring your family, set up your Christmas traditions, maybe host a Christmas party like the Tida family would. And whilst this isolation is lovely, whilst it has so many positives, this isolation could also be deadly. Because God forbid anything happened, you are so far away from help. Now, the community of Oakley itself, it was pretty close-knit. Like I said, everyone knew everyone, businesses, everyone supported the locals. A lot of families who lived in Oakley, it was almost like generational. So that family would live, then their family would live there, and then their family would live there. A lot of them working ranches, raising livestock, or even commuting to nearby towns for work. And the thing that was really good about this small community is the locals, they all looked out for each other. If anything seemed off, if anything seemed suspicious, they would alert each other. And let's say, for example, if anyone seen, a stranger lurking in the snowy mountains who didn't belong there, they would notice that right away. And eerily enough, just days before the Tida family murders, there would be a stranger spotted lurking near their cabin. But when that stranger was approached and offered help, they would take off abruptly, disappearing into the woods, and that was really strange. And although this might seem like a warning sign to us when we can look back in hindsight, no one could have guessed what would happen as a result of this person in the woods. The Tida family, they absolutely loved and adored their cabin up in the mountains. This is the place that held some of their most special memories, family Christmases, family parties. It was just this place of peace, happiness, memories, like I said, cherished times. And that is why this weekend in December of 1990, this family, they were so excited to return to their cabin, continue their traditions that they've spent years building. But all this safety and small town security that the Tida family and the locals felt, this would be shattered on December the 22nd of 1990. Now, before we do dive into the horrifying events of December the 22nd, I think we need to meet the people who actually mean the most in this case, and that is the members of the Tida family. So first up we have Rolf. He was the father of the family. He was 51 years old and people would call him the anchor of the family. He was steady, he was dependable, and he was the kind of man who would handle the logistics. Like snow needs shovelled, Rolf's got it. A car needs sorted, don't worry, Rolf's got it. Your snowmobile's making a funny noise, don't worry, Rolf will check it. He was the one that kept the practical side of the cabin running smoothly every single year. Rolf was known to be very practical, very hardworking, very dependable, and above all, he was known to be incredibly protective of his friends, of his family, and he was so protective of his daughters. Rolf is described as being the kind of dad that he didn't really have to say much to reassure you. His presence alone was something that brought comfort and safety to many people, but specifically his wife and his daughters. The bond that he had with his wife Kay was totally unbreakable. I mean, they balanced each other perfectly. It was clear that they were meant to be, they were soulmates, they were meant to be together in their lifetime. They perfectly balanced structure and warmth, giving their daughters both the stability and love that they needed in their lives. His daughters would say that he was a perfect mix of strength and then also gentle teasing. Like, he's the kind of dad that if you're out too late, he's going to let you know about it. But in the morning, all will be forgotten and he will be up at the crack of dawn showing you how to ride the snowmobile. There was never a grudge held, there was never silent treatment, there was never any love that had to be earned. He just loved unconditionally regardless. Not that, staying out too late warrants a dad giving anyone the silent treatment, but you know what I mean. He's just the kind of dad that he wants to move past it. He doesn't want to keep an argument going for days on end. Then we have Kay Tida. Now, Kay, she was 49 years old and she was described as being the heart of this family. People said that Kay was a mother through and through. She radiated warmth, love, organisation, but she also had that gentle parenting style when it came to authority. It was authority that she would lay down that was enough that her daughters knew that they were safe and protected. Kay was known to be the family planner. Anything that was taking place, Kay was at the helm. She was planning it all, right down to the frosting on the cupcakes. She was truly the glue that held this family together, especially with her elderly mother living with them and being cared for. Now, regardless of how hectic life got, Kay would always ensure that traditions were honoured, plans were met, and that everyone knew that they were loved. I'm so sorry, I'm getting so sidetracked by Lola. Connor and I, my boyfriend, we were watching his mum and dad's little dog, and she is the cutest little baby ever. I would try and get her on camera, but she's so comfy. You're comfy, aren't you? You're so comfy. Yes, you are. Connor's out tonight, so we are currently chilling together. Now, this cabin to Kate, this was one of the most important places to her. It was a place where most of her happy memories had been built. She loved Christmas, she loved the holidays, and she just loved making new memories with her family every single year, for every occasion. Then we have Beth Potts, who was 76 years old at this time. Now, Beth, she was actually blind and also very immobile, which is why she was being cared for by the Tida family. Now, sources say different things, right? Because the internet will be the internet and documentaries will be documentaries. But from what I've seen, I believe Beth, she had quite a few tragic things that happened within her life. I believe her first husband had passed away. She then remarried, and this husband actually died in a car accident that she was also in. But Beth would survive, but this is apparently the accident that left her very immobilised and also nearly completely blind. And although Beth did rely on her family for care and to help with her mobility, she was still sharp as a tack. And even though her physical health maybe wasn't the best, the fact that she got to spend time with her family every single day, the fact that she spent so much time with her granddaughters, that meant the world to her, and that almost overrode her ill physical health. Because whilst she might not be as active as she used to be, whilst her sight is badly compromised, she is with her family every single day, and that is all that mattered to her. It was stated by those that love Beth that she was just the warmth in this cabin. And you know what? Even if she couldn't cook, if she couldn't hang the decorations, she brought so much energy and so much love and care to this environment. And you might wonder, was the relationship between Kay and Beth strained because Kay was her primary caregiver? The answer to that is no. Kay loved the fact that she could look after her mum. She loved the fact that her mother was with her every day and she was looking out for her mum as an act of love. It wasn't obligation. Kay didn't feel like she had to do this. She wanted to do this. Now, Beth's granddaughters had stated that they loved having her around because, she just had so many memories, She had all the family memories from when their mother was young, when their mother and father first got together. She was just like this wealth of knowledge about the family history. Then we have Lene Tida, who was 20 years old at the time, so very much on the cusp of adulthood. I know 20 is an adult, but when I was 20, I was very much still a child in my eyes. She was balancing that line of independence and also family ties. She was mature, responsible, very much aware of the world. She would often play the role of protector and mentor to her younger sister Trisha, who was 16 at the time. And to Kay and Rolf, Lene was someone that they could depend on, someone they could trust, someone they knew wanted to help with the errands or doing the chores. She was always there ready to help. If her grandmother needed some extra care or if Kay had to go out and she couldn't do something for Beth, Lene would step forward and she would do that. And again, out of love, not obligation. Lene's bond with Trisha was so incredibly strong. She was her protect her. Like, she's going to shield you from pain, but she's also, you know, going to have a few digs, a couple of jabs, you know, maybe a cross word or two, the way that only an older sister can. And I speak from experience. And then we have 16-year-old Trisha Tida. Now, she was the youngest. She was very vibrant. She was right smack bang in the middle of enjoying that teenage life where there's not really a care in the world, but there's also many cares in the world. She was bright, sensitive, full of potential, and she just adored her family, and she would lean on them, but in particular she would lean on Lene and also Kay. They had a bond that I think every parent and daughter wishes they had. Trisha would also help out with her grandmother where she could. Whether it was small tasks, big tasks, she always approached it with love and empathy. Her relationship with Lene is that typical sister bond where the younger sister, they're annoyed by their older sister, but they're also going to ask to wear their clothes and borrow their shoes, or, you know, in my case, just go into my wardrobe and take my clothes and take my shoes and then act like she didn't. But, you know, that's sister things. And although I'm saying that there was times where she could be a bit annoyed by Lene, she also always looked up to her older sister. And I know I've already said it, but I just want to stress again that for the Tida family, this cabin, it wasn't just a cabin they had, a cabin that they would retreat to. This was Christmas headquarters. I mean, they had it down to a fine art. The day that they would go, the day that the decorations were put up, what meals would be cooked and when presents would be opened, when other family members would arrive, when they would throw the Christmas party, the Christmas gathering. It was all planned. It was all meticulous. It was all a tradition that was so special to them. Kay had named this cabin Tida's Tranquility, and this was because of the serenity and peace that she felt while she was in this cabin. Every single December, no matter how busy life got, how hectic people's schedules were, they always penciled in their time at the cabin. It was their family ritual. It was their pause from the world, a chance for them to gather different generations under one roof and celebrate the holidays together. Now, this cabin was absolutely gorgeous. It's like dream location, dream cabin, dream layout. Picture a rustic, cosy, 2-story that's built for warmth and not for show, and yet it still looks perfect. There was these wood panel walls, there was like this sturdy fireplace that you could just get so cozy in front of. I imagine it with like a hot chocolate, marshmallows, loads of whipped cream, cookies, all that jazz. And these windows, they were like photo frames that looked out to this white snow and pines everywhere. Honestly, it looks magical. Now, some people might think, you know, it's an awful lot of effort. If you're going to this cabin, you've got to park your car, you've got to hop on a snowmobile, you've got to go up to the cabin 2.5 miles, and you've got to take the food, the presents, your clothes, suitcases, everything, okay? You need to humph it all up this big mountain. But this family stated that this extra effort made it even more special. It's like you didn't just casually drop in, you arrive, like packed and present. Now, sometimes Kay, she would go up to the cabin in advance to sort of like prepare. She wanted it to be like Christmas heaven when people walk through that door. So she was in charge of decorating, making sure that that cabin looked like Christmas threw up inside it in the best way possible. There was string lights everywhere, the stockings, they were hung on the fireplace. They had evergreen branches that just filled the air with that gorgeous pine smell. She would always put out a lot of different scented things, so like the pines, there would also be like cinnamon smells, just really festive Christmassy smells, and this was especially done for her mother Beth. Being blind, of course, she couldn't see these incredible decorations. I'm sure she could imagine it from the Christmases before. But even if she couldn't see the decorations, she could smell it all. She could take it all in that same way, so it's still so vivid for her. And that's what I'm saying. There was always extra effort when it came to this family. They always went the extra mile for each other. She would then tell the stories of the Christmases long ago when Kay was a child, when her grandchildren were children. And they would say it was almost like Beth was this scrapbook of the family history. Every year she had a new story to tell everyone. And once they were settled inside this cabin, bags unpacked, cosy pyjamas and cosy socks on, they would settle down cheese boards, board games, Christmas music echoing throughout. They would have snowball fights in the daytime, followed by hot chocolates in the evening to heat up again. That winter, the winter of 1990, that Christmas, it seemed to hold more significance. Kay had this thing where she wanted it to be the best Christmas to remember. She wanted her daughters to have a day that they would never forget. And in a very cruel twist, they would never forget this day. So it is 3 days before Christmas, December the 22nd of 1990, the day that these horrific events would take place that no one could ever have imagined. The Tida family, they decide they are going to go into Salt Lake City. They're going to do last minute Christmas shopping. Kay's thinking about all the food items that she needs to pick up. It's meant to be a fun day. They hop on the snowmobiles, they drive down the mountain slope for 2.5 miles, they park the snowmobiles, they get in their vehicle, and they head off into town. Almost every single family member has a list in hand. They're like, right, I need to get this, need to get this, need to get this. One of them's probably thinking, I need to do my whole ass Christmas shopping, whereas Kay's just thinking, have I got the ingredients for the trifle, the pudding, have I organised for the other family relatives to come? Everyone's mind's just going 100 miles a minute, but it's fine because it's Christmas. And usually people get quite stressed, they get a bit angsty and things when it's coming to last minute Christmas shopping, but for this family, it was such a special day. The vibes were immaculate. The car was driving into town, Christmas tunes were blaring, they were just so excited. This was a family who loved Christmas like no one else. They were having such a special day together. But unknowingly and devastatingly, they were completely unaware that this day would be some of their last. Now, they have had a great day, but it has been complete Christmas carnage, like fighting a stranger over the last fleece on the sail rail, that sort of vibe. They can't wait to get back to the cabin, put their feet up, have a hot chocolate, have a break, have a Kit Kat, it's going to be great. So Lene, Beth and Kay, they decide that they're going to head back to the cabin first, but Trisha and Rolf, they've got some other last minute bits that they need to do. So Lene, Beth and Kay, they arrive back at the cabin, and Lene, she is desperate to get in to run her hands under a hot tap. She said she was absolutely freezing, her hands were ice cold, she could barely move them. So she's saying to her mum, like, please hurry up, I need to get in, I need to get my hands in some warmth. So Kay opens the door, Lene sprints inside, she tells her mum, I'll be back in a minute, I'll help with the bags, I just really need to warm up. So Lene, she runs up the stairs, she is running towards the tap, and she stops suddenly because she sees almost this grey flash and it looks like someone is hiding behind the refrigerator. She's thinking to herself at this point, my cousins, like, they must be here early and going to jump out at me, try and scare me or surprise me. But she could never imagine who it was that was truly lurking behind that refrigerator. Because it wasn't a cousin. Because out from behind that refrigerator, there would appear a man, if we can even call him a man, because let's be honest, he's really not. He had really frizzy hair, he was wearing a grey sweatshirt, and he was pointing a pistol at Lene. Suddenly, Kay, she comes rushing up the stairs trying to see what's taken Lene so long. And then from the back bedroom, another guy with these thick Coke bottle style glasses, he storms out of the bedroom, pointing a gun at Kay. So now we have Lene and Kay with guns pointed directly toward them. They are terrified and they have no idea what's about to happen. Now, before we do dive into the horrific crimes that are going to take place, let's talk about these two evil specimens. And honestly, I don't even want to talk about them because they are so goddamn irrelevant, but unfortunately, they are part of this case. So first up, we have this Tiny Tim lookalike contest winner, okay? His name is Vaughn Lester Taylor, and I have to wonder, what's he doing tiptoeing around someone else's cabin? Because surely he should be busy tiptoeing through the tulips. Now, I have to say, I have hunted high and low for information on this scumbag, but let's face it, he is so goddamn irrelevant that no one else could really be that bothered to find out the details either. Sources say that he was born on March the 26th of 1965. Whether he was or not, again, I don't really care. Some sources state that he was deemed to be quite a decent kid growing up. He didn't seem to have much bother. He was from a well-respected family, and then suddenly he gets on the wrong side of good old Johnny Law. And from there, he just fell into a consistent life of crime. This guy, he didn't even know how to behave. Now, at the time that these crimes would take place, he was currently on parole within a halfway house. He had been convicted of aggravated burglary. Now, this halfway house that he was in, he actually left this days prior, and the reason for this was because he was allowed out to try and find employment, to try and get himself a job, try to become a decent human being. This guy, he is completely incapable of such. Because when he's out hunting for a job, he decides, do you know what, I'm kind of sick of the halfway house, I'm just never going to return, and he violates his parole. He's now a wanted man. And you might be wondering, Anna, why is a scumbag like this up at these nice fancy cabins? Well, apparently he had like a relative who actually owned one of the cabins up there. And I was thinking, okay, I mean, it makes sense why he would go there. Maybe he's, trying to go to a family member for advice or guidance. Wishful thinking from me, because what he was actually doing is he was nope, that's not it either. He was I am illiterate. He was burglarizing. Can we go with he was burglarizing? Yeah, we're going to go with that. So he was actually burglarizing other cabins within the same area as the Tida family cabin. And then we have his clueless accomplice, Edward Daly. Edward Daly, tell me why it looks like he got in a fight with a photocopier, because this guy, he just looks like a smudge. It genuinely looks like someone has just like taken their thumb to his face and went, smudged him. Now, his date of birth was estimated around December the 29th of 1968, and apparently he had just been released from the same halfway house that Von Lester Taylor found himself in. Now, when I was looking for his prior conviction, the only one I could find was arson, but I'm sure he was just being a complete monstrosity to society anyway. Now, the two of them, they decide, let's join forces. Let's see what we can find. Let's see what things we can steal and take, because we're low-life scumbags who will never get our own jobs with our own money and buy our own things. So the pair of them, they hitchhike up toward the cabin. Now, it is speculated that Taylor and Daly, they had actually been stalking the Tida family for multiple days, just waiting on that perfect time to strike. And as I had briefly stated in the beginning, there was that strange guy who was lurking around in the woods, and when he was approached, he got scared off and he took off like a bat out of hell. And people believe now that person was Von Lester Taylor. So on December the 22nd of 1990, these two creepy cretins, they decide they're finally going to burglarise the Tida cabin. They see the family head out for the day to Salt Lake City, and they try and say that they were just there to rob the family, but they take guns with them, and they also take gasoline. And I know, possibly it's just going to be this armed robbery, point the pistol, get the goods, and take off. But the gasoline, that is where you lose me. In my opinion, these murders were completely premeditated. And I could sit and slag off these two freaks all day long, but let's get back to the horrifying crimes that they would commit. So Kay, Linnea's mother, she starts pleading with the pair. She says to them, listen, take whatever you want. Like, you want money, we'll give it to you. You want items, take them. Anything you want, it's yours. She even offers to write them a check because she didn't have that much cash on her. But these men, they didn't seem to want items or money. They wanted blood. Seconds later, gunshots, they would ring out throughout this cabin. She turns around and she sees that her mother has been shot and fallen to the ground. Her mother is clutching her own chest and she's saying, oh my God, I've been shot. Linnea then very quickly looks over to her grandma because there was multiple shots that had rung out. When she looks over to Beth, Beth is on the ground. She has been shot in the head, and Linnea heard her grandmother's final gasp for air. Then after that, it was dead silence. Linnea then started to pray under her breath. She is begging and pleading with God to save her, help save the rest of her family. And Von Lester Taylor, he hears Linnea praying and he says, stop it. It's no good. He told her that he worshipped the devil and that God couldn't help her. And Linnea's panicking at this point. She's thinking, I'm going to be next. I'm going to die. This is my last day here on earth. But more than that, she was thinking about the fact that her sister and her father, they have no idea what's happening here. They're going to walk into this. They're going to walk into a death trap. And the idea that her sister and father could walk in and be murdered, this absolutely turned her blood cold and terrified her. She was thinking, I need to get these monsters out of this cabin before they return. So Lene says to him, listen, I'm not going to say anything. I'll say that I didn't see who shot my mum and my grandma. Please just leave. But Taylor and Deli, they tell her, no, we can't leave. There's too much evidence. We need to at least clean this up and get rid of the evidence. And the mess, by the way, that they're referring to, this is the 2 innocent women that they just shot and killed. In their own fricking cabin, mind you. These freaks, they start trying to clean up the blood, they're moving the bodies, they're covering them with blankets and snow to try and hide them and disguise them. But they get tired. There's too much blood. And then suddenly, in the distance, Lene, Deli and Taylor, they hear the snowmobiles approaching. And there is only 2 people this could be at this point in the day. And that is Rolf and Trisha. As these snowmobile sounds grew closer and closer, Von Lester Taylor, he then grabs Lene and he points a gun directly at her. Now, I am going to backpedal ever so slightly for just a second because your gut really does know when something's not quite right. So Rolf and Trisha, when they're still within Salt Lake City, Trisha suddenly gets hit with this really uneasy feeling. She feels like something terrible is either happening or going to happen to her family in that cabin. And she is so dead set that something's wrong that she says to her dad, listen, we need to get back to the cabin right now. We need to find a payphone. We need to talk to them and make sure everything is okay. So Rolf and Trisha, they go to a payphone. They phone the cabin and it rings a couple of times and then suddenly the line goes dead. And immediately Trisha and now Rolf, they think something's wrong. But what they didn't know is back at the cabin when this call came through, Von Lester Taylor, he thought, oh my God, someone actually has the cheek to call this cabin whilst I'm robbing it and murdering people. He gets so aggravated, so irritated that he rips the phone from the wall, killing the line. That is why the line went silent when Trisha and Rolf were trying to call. Now back to the present moment. Rolf and Trisha, they arrive at the cabin, they hop off of the snowmobile and they are determined to get inside to check on everyone. Once they get off this snowmobile, almost immediately, a man in a ski mask comes out from the garage, points a gun at the pair of them and demands that they get inside this cabin. Now when the pair get inside the cabin, they see Lene standing there, tears in her eyes. She is terrified and she has a gun pointed directly at her. Rolf looks at his daughter and he can tell just from that glance that Beth and Kay, something terrible has happened to them. So Taylor and Deli, they point the gun at Rolf and they demand that he gives money, his wallet, a watch if he's got one, just anything he's got of monetary value. Rolf immediately, he empties his pockets and he throws it all on the floor. He doesn't need that. All he needs is for his daughters to be safe. Once Rolf has emptied his pockets, Taylor turns to Deli and he demands that Deli shoots Rolf dead. So Deli, he points his gun directly towards Rolf. He cocks it, but he can't go through with it. He says to Taylor, I can't do it, I can't pull the trigger. And Taylor, instead of letting this man live, he cocks his gun. He points it at Rolf. He tries to fire twice, but the gun's jammed. And I was thinking at this point, thank goodness, like maybe Rolf can try and overpower them. But then he fires a third time and this shot would go off and it would hit Rolf directly in the head and face. Immediately, Rolf falls to the ground. He's not moving. And from what they can see, it doesn't look like he's breathing. We can't even imagine the terror, the fear and the horror that Lene and Trisha were experiencing at this point. To them, they've just witnessed their mother, their grandmother and their father be shot and murdered in front of them. They're in complete terror. And as they're glancing around this cabin, they start to realise, holy crap, these people, these cretins, these sick sadistic freaks, they've been here for hours. They could see that food had been made. They had eaten the family's food, they had stoked the fire, and they had even opened the family's Christmas presents. What frickin' losers. Taylor and Delia, again, they realise, we've left all of this evidence, we need to get rid of it. So they start dousing the entire home in gasoline. Not only that, but they douse Rolf's body in gasoline as well. In seconds, this cabin that was once a safe space of tranquility, serenity and peace to this family, it was now completely up in flames. So after this cabin starts to go up in flames, the men, they then order Linnea and Trisha outside. They're ordering them to get on the snowmobiles and they're basically going to ride bitch on the back. So Linnea and Trisha, they're driving separate snowmobiles and one of them has Taylor and the other one has Deli on the back. They demanded that the girls drive them down to the main road, so the 2.5 miles, and then they would take the family car and escape, basically. Both of the girls at this point, as much as they don't want to do what these murderous, sadistic weirdos are telling them to, but they had a feeling that they should comply. Driving these men for 2.5 miles, their minds were just going 1,000 miles an hour. They were thinking, should we crash into a tree and, hope that we survive? Should we try and swerve and throw them off of the snowmobiles and drive down to get help? If they could wreck the snowmobiles, could they do it in a way that they will be able to survive and make it to the main road? Now, both girls, they make their way down the mountain and they approach the main gate. As they start approaching the main gate, they see a man waiting there. This man is their Uncle Randy. Their Uncle Randy was just about to make his way up to the cabin when he sees the girls approaching. He's automatically thinking, oh, how nice, Trisha and Linnea, they've come down to greet me and maybe give me a baccy up to the cabin. Then he notices there's 2 men accompanying them. So immediately his mind goes to, oh, they've brought their boyfriends, I'll get to meet them, this'll be lovely. But as the girls approach Randy, he starts waving. He's yelling, hey, it's me. But the girls completely blank him. They drive right past him and Randy's thinking to himself, wait, this is weird. Why would they blank me? I'm their uncle. How rude. But the reason that the girls had blanked him is because they believed that if they acknowledged Randy, if they let these men know that this man was someone they knew, his life would be in danger. They would murder their Uncle Randy. Now, Taylor and Deli, they're all paranoid. They want to know who that man was. So when they're asking Trisha and Linnea, they say, oh, some random guy, we don't know him, but he must live nearby, I suppose. Now, Randy at this point, he is watching as his nieces continue driving on after completely blanking him, not even looking the road he was on. And he starts to feel like something really terrible is happening here. Now, the girls with the men, they eventually reach the family Lincoln vehicle. At this point, Taylor, he starts loading his gun into the trunk. Linnea and Trish are kind of looking at each other oh, he's disarming himself. Maybe we could escape. However, at this point, Von Lester Taylor, he opens a bit of his jacket and he flashes a knife at them. And he says, oh, don't worry. I'm as good with a knife as I am with a gun. Just that threat to make sure that they don't try anything. Now, the girls, they're forced into the back of this vehicle and the men, they take off driving. Now, this car is driving back towards Randy. And Randy sees the family Lincoln vehicle approaching him and he's thinking, oh, must be the girls now coming to pick me up. Maybe there was just a miscommunication before. But as that vehicle starts to approach Randy, Linnea's in the back and she puts her hands up, almost in a stop, don't say anything sort of motion. And at this point, Randy is so confused. What the f is going on here? Why is his nieces acting like they don't frickin' know him? But it would all make sense very, very soon. So Randy's standing, right? And he's kind of dazed and confused because what the hell is going on? And then suddenly he hears another snowmobile approaching and he's thinking to himself, great, what family member is this that's just going to ignore me? Am I not wanted at the cabin? But when he looks, he can see that the person on this snowmobile has no helmet, no gloves, no coat, and is actually bare-chested in freezing weather conditions. And then as this person gets closer, he realises that they're covered in blood, and they are drenched in blood, their entire face. And then as they get even closer, he realises it is his brother Rolf, who was shot in the frickin' face and set alight. So Rolf, he is in bad condition. He is in critical condition at this point, and he tells Randy that his daughters have just been abducted off of the same two men that have just killed his wife and his mother-in-law. After he is able to tell Randy this, he then collapses to the ground and he's unconscious. Now it turns out, back at the cabin when Rolf was shot in the face, he didn't die. I mean, of course he didn't die, Anna, he's just rode into town in a freaking snowmobile, but what he had done is he had played dead the whole time all of this was going on. He was just pretending to be dead because he was hoping that if he survived, he would be able to save his daughter's lives, or at least get justice if he had to. So what Rolf had done, right, is when the men had set the cabin on fire and then they took off in the snowmobiles, Rolf lay on that floor waiting until he heard the snowmobiles go away into the distance. At this point he gets up. But bearing in mind, Rolf was doused in gasoline. He has now caught fire. His snowsuit is on fire. He immediately runs to the bathroom, he jumps in the shower, turns it on, strips himself out of his snowsuit and is able to put out the flames. Now this is why when he rode into town on the snowmobile, he was naked from the waist up. So Randy at this point, he gets his unconscious brother into the vehicle, he lays him down on the back seat and he starts to pursue the family Lincoln. And at this point he's thinking how Trisha and Linnea were thinking earlier with the snowmobile incident. He's thinking, do I run them off the road? Like, how can I make sure that my nieces are safe, but these men, I don't give a crap if they die. Now the cell service at this point, it is terrible. So Randy is desperately trying to call 911. He eventually gets through and he tells them that he needs a life flight, which is like a helicopter ride to the hospital basically. He says that his brother is dying, he thinks, and that two murderers have just abducted his two nieces. He tells them that the murderers have taken the family vehicle and he's describing the vehicle to the 911 operator when the line goes dead, because the cell service was lost. Randy decides that instead of pursuing the vehicle, he's going to pull into the gas station and redial 911. Immediately he calls 911 back, he explains who he is, what's happened, and that he needs a life flight immediately. Now Linnea and Trisha, they're still in the back of this car, they're holding each other tight, they are terrified, wondering if they're going to survive this ordeal. Suddenly a police car drives by them and they witness as this police car basically does a U-turn on the road and starts to pursue the vehicle. Now Taylor and Deli at this point, they're terrified, they're worried, they think they're going to get caught. They put the foot down on the gas and they're going over 90 miles per hour. They're driving like a pair of madmen. So they turn right and they travel down towards the canyon. They travel another mile or so and then eventually the car falls off an embankment. And when the girls look up, they see that the entire road above them is covered by police, it's covered by concerned citizens who want to make sure that these girls are okay, and every single one of them has rifles, pistols, they have come armed and ready. Obviously at this point the police, they have their guns drawn, okay, but they're not only pointing the guns at the men, they're also pointed toward the girls as well, and this really worries Trisha and Linnea. Linnea shouts to Trisha and tells Trisha to duck down. Both of the girls, they put their heads down, they're holding each other tight, they are hoping and praying together for the best in this situation. Police at this point, they're able to approach the vehicle and remove these two sick freaks because they're cowards, and when the police show up, they want to hand themselves over. They don't want to get shot. They don't want to die like the people that they just murdered did. Once the police have secured the men, they then bring the girls to safety. And Linnea at this point, she's shouting at the police, she's telling them, shoot them, kill them. They murdered my mum, my dad and my grandma. Bearing in mind at this point, the girls believe that their father's dead. But because these suspects had suddenly turned into cowards and they were suddenly abiding with the police, they of course wouldn't be shot. Now Randy, he is still waiting with Rolf at this gas station when suddenly a helicopter finally arrives. Like I said earlier, Rolf, he is in critical condition. They don't know if he's going to make it. He's taken from Randy's vehicle, he's placed in this helicopter and he is transported to the nearest hospital. So then the police, they head toward the cabin and the first thing on their mind is they want to make sure that everyone who could be saved had been saved. Secondly, they wanted to make sure that any evidence they could find could be preserved. When police enter the cabin, all they can smell is burnt hair, burnt clothes, and also the smell of burnt skin. When they enter the garage, they would find a 12 to 18 inch pool of blood. As they make their way up the stairs, they see multiple bullet holes in the wall. There was also a smeared bloody handprint, like someone had fallen down and tried to hold themselves up. This was like a war zone. It was a thing of nightmares. Then they find 2 bodies, Beth and Kay. The police, they check for pulses, they check for any sign of life, but unfortunately, it was clear that these 2 women were deceased. The living room floor had been so soaked and completely drenched in blood that when they looked underneath the floorboards, there was icicles of blood. The police at this point, they haven't even realised that the top floor of the cabin was on fire. They wouldn't realise until they stepped into the room and walked into the smoke. Now, immediately at this point, obviously they're thinking about preserving the crime scene, but more than that, they're also thinking about what can they preserve for these family members who have lost their mother, their wife, their grandmother, their mother-in-law. Now, as they're looking through the top floor, they would find a VCR camera, and this was sitting on the coffee table. At this point, they're thinking it probably has family footage, it'll have family memories, precious moments that hopefully one day the survivors can look back on. So they take this from the cabin, and when it's back at the station, they review the footage, and at first, everything seems normal, everything seems as it should be. Family playing board games, drinking hot chocolate, singing Christmas songs. But this would very quickly turn sinister because at one point in this tape, the tone completely switches. On the camera is 2 men, a Tiny Tim lookalike and a smudged fingerprint. It's Von Lester Taylor and Edward Delly. After they have broken into this family cabin, they decided that they were going to create their own home movie. They filmed themselves laughing and joking, eating the family's food and opening up the family presents. It was also stated that the men had even helped themselves to Rolf's clothes and had actually changed into them. They are literally playing house like a bunch of kids. Well, you know, if the kids were the spawns of Satan.
I don't know. Okay. I don't think I got all of this.
How come your light flashing on the room to that?
I don't know.
Find out.
How am I supposed to find out?
Read the instructions. And LeMay. Come on, pass them. Oh, wow.
What is it?
Baseball card.
Okay. Let's see a couple of them.
Oh, there's football and basketball. And
Show them this way. Turn them this way. Okay. Next page.
Now, Kay Tida and Beth Potts, they would be laid to rest on the same day, 3 days after Christmas. They were both remembered as strong, resilient women who cared so much for the ones that they loved. Kay was remembered as the perfect mother, the perfect friend, the perfect wife. And Beth was remembered as a mother-in-law who immediately made someone feel at home, and a grandmother who just adored her grandchildren. And whilst this case probably seems as though it should be a slam dunk, I mean, it's not a whodunit. It was, however, a who done what. Both Trisha and Lene, they had stated that both men had equal parts in the murders. There was no man who was more innocent or more culpable than the other. But in the eyes of the law, it wasn't quite as plain and simple. It was actually quite a complex case. Now, the pair, they would be charged with the murders, aggravated assault, kidnapping, arson, high-speed chase, and the rest. Now, around 5 months after the murder, Von Lester Taylor, he would plead guilty to both counts of capital murder, and in exchange for this plea, the state had agreed to drop all the other charges against him. But I just want to be clear, this monster, he didn't plead guilty because it was the right thing to do. He didn't plead guilty because he was remorseful and wanted to give the family peace and closure. He pled guilty because he had no other option. With this evidence against him, he stood no chance. It was stated that Von Lester-Taylor was a very evil and sadistic man who took pleasure in the suffering of others. He had no regard for human life whatsoever, and it was stated that you could see the evil in his eyes, the coldness, the callousness. And honestly, this man, this monster, this wild animal, he really is as dumb as they come, because he thinks that he would stand a better chance at being sentenced in front of a jury instead of just being sentenced in front of a judge. So he goes to his sentencing, and he very quickly realises that he has made a complete doozy of a mistake, because the jury, they would sentence him to death. Twice. 2 death sentences. Now, Edward Deley, he would go to trial just a couple of weeks later, and he truly thought that he stood a chance of a far, far, far lesser sentence. He was saying that he was dragged along. He didn't want to commit the crimes. But unfortunately for him, the prosecution, they came packed with the evidence. Now, at the trial, both Trisha and Lene, they would have to take the stand and depict these murders to the courtroom. And what is just so sickening is these young women, they had to handle the same weapons that murdered their mother and their grandmother. And this is just a whole other level of trauma that they didn't need. But they did it because they would do anything to get justice for the people they love. Both Lene and Trisha, they were deemed to be excellent witnesses. They recounted so much. They had retained so much information and detail from the most traumatic night of their lives. The smoking gun, however, would be Rolf. Rolf Tida, he would take the stand, and as he entered the court, you should have seen the look on Edward Deley's face. It was like he seen a ghost. But this dead man, he was walking, because he wasn't dead. He was a survivor. He survived and he won, and Edward Deley's face was a picture. Now, it was expected by everyone that Edward Deley would at least receive a life sentence. 1st-degree murder, life sentence, never hear of him again. But somehow, this monstrosity of a person, this human smudge, he was given 2nd-degree murder with life imprisonment. Under this conviction, the death sentence wouldn't be available, and that is what Trisha and Lene so desperately wanted. They wanted these monsters dead. They wanted to take their lives just as they had taken their loved ones. The entire family, they were shocked, they were hurt, they felt let down by the court and the system. And understandably, they had went through these periods of deep anger and frustration. And in 2001, Lene would receive something that would just anger her further, and that was a letter from Edward Deley. Edward Deley had written to her. He claimed that he was remorseful for that night. He said that he had grown into a man and that he was no longer the evil child. Bearing in mind, he was like, 20, 21, 22, something like that. Wasn't a child at all. But he wasn't the same evil little boy who had committed those monstrous crimes. It took 9 years for Lene to build up the strength and the courage to reply to this letter. She read it around 20 to 30 times. She wanted to see for herself, did she believe this man was remorseful? Did she believe he was actually sorry for the pain that he had caused? And 9 years later, she finally replied to Edward Deley, and she told him, I forgive you. And people are always really taken aback by that statement that she chose to forgive Edward Deley. But Lene had stated, I forgive for my own sanity. I forgive so I can move on and live a peaceful life, so I can have this weight lifted off my shoulders, but that doesn't mean I forget. She doesn't believe that Edward Deley is someone who could be released into society. She knows that he is a monster that needs to spend his life in prison. But for her own sake, she had to find forgiveness. Now, later on, Lene, she went on to marry a childhood sweetheart, and they actually had a blended family of 9 children together. That is a huge family. But if anyone has enough love to give to 9 children, it's going to be Lene Tida. She takes that from her mum, she takes that from her grandmother, and I truly believe she would be life's greatest mother. And Trisha, she had went on to give birth to 2 daughters, and she had said that these 2 daughters are the perfect mix of her mother and her father. The Tida family, they actually went on to rebuild their cabin. They wanted to still have their special place. These two monsters, they maybe took away their loved ones, but they didn't want them to take away the special memories that they all had together. They would go on to fill this cabin with more beautiful family memories, spending more Christmases there, and they said that this cabin felt even better than before. It was magical. It was healing, it helped them through their grief. They finally felt safe and they finally felt peace, and if there was ever a time where they doubted their safety, where they ever worried that something like that could possibly happen again, they would remember their father's words. And he had said, "Lightning never strikes twice in the same location. You're safe." Rolf Tida, he would sadly pass away from cancer on November the 19th of 2008 in Texas. At the time of his passing, he was surrounded by his loving family. To this very day, Edward Delhi, he is still rotting away in his little concrete coffin prison cell. It is very unlikely that he will ever receive parole. Von Lester Taylor, devastatingly, this man is still alive and kicking, and I don't know how. He still remains on death row and he is appealing his sentence at every chance he gets. He is desperate. Now, at one point, he actually had the death sentence revoked, but then I think it was like reviewed and reinstated because he realised, you're actually just scum of the earth and we need you evaporated. So he hasn't been executed yet and there isn't actually an execution date in place, but I will definitely be hoping and praying that that day comes soon. So if I'm honest, I honestly did not think that anything could get any worse than that case. And then I came across this one. A family, a normal night, and then 7 hours that would change everything. By the time that these two men were standing in Jennifer Petit's bedroom, standing over her while she slept and when she awoke, she was completely unaware, but this whole thing, it wasn't random. In fact, this ordeal, it had started hours earlier, completely unbeknownst to Jennifer. Now, earlier that evening, she and her youngest daughter, Michaela, who was 11 years old, they had went out to the local Stop and Shop grocery store. Michaela, although she was only 11, she loved cooking for the family. So she had said to her mum, you know, I want to cook this evening. Can we go and get the ingredients to do that? And Jennifer said, yeah, this was a normal thing that they would do. So she takes Michaela to the grocery store. And you're probably thinking, well, this is really ordinary, really mundane. This is something that we do nearly every day. But what Jennifer wasn't aware of when they had went out to this grocery store is that they were being watched. They were being watched intently by a complete and utter monster. And this monster who noticed Jennifer with Michaela, they didn't see a mother and daughter doing some shopping. They seen the perfect opportunity. So who exactly were the Petit family? Well, starting off, we've got Jennifer Hawk Petit. She was born in 1965 and it just seemed as though from the get-go, she just wanted to look after people. Like she wanted to look after her family, her friends, everyone. And this was a passion that would follow her throughout her life. She would go on to become a nurse and a co-director of the health centre at Cheshire Academy, which was like a private boarding school within the Cheshire, Connecticut area. In 1985, she would work at the Children's Hospital within Cheshire. She was the new oncology nurse. And while she was there, she would meet a rather handsome fellow, someone who really caught her eye. And this was a man by the name of William Petit. At this moment in time, William Petit, he was a third-year medical student at the University of Pittsburgh. And the minute they meet, they hit it off right away. So much so that in 1985, that very same year that they met, they would get married. During Jennifer's time working, a lot of her focus would be on diabetes, patient care, and this would lead her to do a lot of work with children, which again was something she was incredibly passionate about, something that would take her through her life. She was known to manage care plans for patients who suffer from chronic conditions. So then we've got William Petit. Now, he was born in 1956 and very much like Jennifer, he was someone passionate about helping others, caring for others. From a very young age, he knew that he wanted to go into medicine. He was a physician that specialised specialised in endocrinology, which is basically treatment of hormone-related conditions, including diabetes. His medical degree would be completed at Yale University, which is at an Ivy League school, I believe. We don't have Ivy League schools where I'm from, but I know in America it's a pretty big deal. I mean, we always hear about Yale, but he finished his degree at Yale University School of Medicine. He was also the medical director of the Jocelyn's Diabetes Centre at Connecticut Central Hospital. So, you know, both William and Jennifer, they were people who were really passionate within their areas of work, and a lot of their work was heavily focused on things like diabetes. So then in 1992, William and Jennifer, they would go on to welcome their first daughter into the world, and this daughter was Hayley Petit. Now, from the get-go, Hayley was bright. I mean, everyone knew her future held promise. There was no question, there was no doubt. Hayley would go on to graduate from Miss Porter's school, and believe me, she wasn't just coasting through school. She was on the varsity cross country, she played basketball, crew, consistently on the high honour roll. She had even been elected the Athletic Association head in her final year of school, which just tells you, Hayley Petit, she was that girl. The one who you look up to, you admire, you aspire to be like. This was Hayley Petit. She had also been recognised for exceptional community service, and this wasn't just something that was for show, it was something she was truly passionate about. When she had found out about her mother's diagnosis with multiple sclerosis, she threw herself into fundraising for this condition. She led an MS walk called Hayley's Hope, where she was doing everything she possibly could to fundraise for charities. Hayley was someone who just really had her shit together. Like, she was locked into the next plans. She was going to attend Dartmouth College, and she had plans to study medicine just like her mum and dad. They were her biggest inspirations, her biggest role models. And then in 1996, Jennifer and William, they would introduce another daughter to the world, and this was Michaela Petit. When Michaela was just a young child, she would be diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, which, as I'm sure you know, is something that requires daily monitoring and also insulin management. Now, my brother, he was a type 1 diabetic, and he was diagnosed when he was, I want to say, 11 or 12, I think. And believe me, I can still remember him being diagnosed. I remember the whole lead up to it. The doctors kept telling my mum and dad that he had the flu. And they were like, no, something so much more serious. And he nearly went into a diabetic coma. When they took him to the hospital, because they knew something was wrong, he passed out. And it was just hell on earth. And I think people don't realise the seriousness of diabetes. I mean, honestly, because I was so used to my brother living with diabetes every single day, I feel like even I didn't realise how serious it was. Like, he would get ketoacidosis and things like that, and I just thought it was part and parcel of having diabetes. I never realised just how deadly it was. And to be honest, it wasn't really until we lost my brother in 2023 that I started looking into diabetes to understand what it was he was living with, why it would make him feel the way that he was feeling. And I mean, my goodness, it's a hell of a condition to live with, and it is a bit life-changing. I mean, yeah, you can manage it day to day, but it is something that you almost have to adapt your life to. So her being diagnosed with that at such a young age, people say that it is better to be diagnosed younger, because then you grow up thinking that that is your normal, but you also grow up realising that it's not everyone else's normal. And that makes you different. Any parents dealing with diabetes in a child, it's a worrying thing. You know, that's not something you know much about, and you're learning as you go along. But for someone like Michaela Petit, she was born into a family of doctors, a family whose passions and work surrounded diabetes. She was in the most capable hands that you could imagine. Her parents were truly able to provide the best care possible for her. Now, because Hayley was ready to go off to college, Michaela, she was still in school. Of course, she was only 11 years old at the time where all of this takes place. But she had big plans that when Hayley left for college, she was going to take over Hayley's Hope, and instead she was going to call it Michaela's Miracle. That is an 11-year-old little girl who, again, is just thinking about helping other people, raising funds, taking part in charity. I mean, It just tells you the kind of family they were. And as I was saying toward the start, she was so passionate about cooking. She was always wanting to try new meals, make meals for the family, which I liked to bake when I was younger, but cooking a full-on Jamie Oliver, Gordon Ramsay style meal was not in my locker. But this little girl, the passion she had for it, she really threw herself into it. And from what I could see and hear, she was pretty damn good. And I just want to make it very clear, okay? What I'm telling you right now is the information that I've found and heard on the family. And I just want to say that no family is perfect. Every family has their difficulties, their differences, things that they have to get through. But the Petite family, it was clear that they were just this 4-person unit. They were everything to each other. They loved their life together. And devastatingly, this family unit that was so strong would end up being broken. And not only that, but in some of the most devastating ways that you can ever imagine. Now, when it comes to July the 22nd of 2007, it was truly just like any other day. The family, they had gone to church in the morning. After church, Jennifer, Haley and Michaela, they would go to the beach. William, he went away to play golf. It was an ordinary day. Even by the time that the evening rolls around, it is still an ordinary day. The family, they're winding down for the evening. Lights off, doors locked. Jennifer, she's up in her bed sleeping. Haley and Michaela, they're in their separate bedrooms sleeping. And then William, a dad being a dad, he accidentally falls asleep on the sofa. You know what it's like when your dad's like, oh yeah, you just go to bed, I'm going to stay up for a bit and watch some TV, and then like an hour later you hear them snoring. Well, William, he's sound asleep on the sofa. But before they went to sleep, and even for the first part when they were asleep, nothing seemed out the ordinary. There was no person that shouldn't have been there, there was no movement, there was no sound that alerted anyone. It was just 4 people sleeping in the comfort and safety of their own home. But at some point in the very early hours of July the 23rd, that man who had watched Jennifer and Michaela that evening at the Stop and Shop, him and his cretin of a friend, they made their way to the family home. But this time they weren't just going to sit and watch and glare at the family. They weren't even just going to follow the family later that day. They were going to go inside that home. Just before 3 a.m, these 2 weirdos, they break in to this family home. They break in via the basement. There was an unlocked door. It was their perfect opportunity. Felt like it was just written in the stars for them, you know. But for the family, there was no alarm that went off, no warning, no one waking up in time to be able to stop what was about to happen. And within minutes, these cretins, they start moving their way through this family home. So the first step is they start looking around the basement. They see if there is anything they can take, anything that they can use to their advantage, and they spot a baseball bat leaning up against the basement stairs. Immediately, they grab this. This is perfect. This is exactly what they can use to subdue the family. And once they are holding that baseball bat, that is when they make their way up the stairs. Now, the first room that they enter would be the sunroom, also known as the family room, and this is exactly where William Petite had fallen asleep. He's just laying on the sofa, sleeping away, no idea that 2 maniacs are in his home, are standing over him with a baseball bat. And he wouldn't even get time to realise this because they just start smashing him over the head at least 4 or 5 times. And the absolute horror and terror that he must have felt in that situation, not really knowing what is going on, but that some guy has gone negging on your ass with a baseball bat and is smashing in your head. I mean, it's horrifying to think about. I can't even imagine the level of terror. And even for him being the father and a husband, knowing that his wife and his children are in that very same house. As we know, baseball bats, the blunt force trauma that they can cause, it can be fatal. William at this point, he is in and out of consciousness. He's fighting to stay awake, but after the beating that his head is just taken, it's practically impossible. He is in no fit state to try and help his family, to try and warn his family. And then almost immediately, these men, and I say it in air quotes because nothing about these losers are men, okay? They're just not. But they start restraining William. They are bounding him at the wrists, the ankles, they've got zip ties, they've got rope. And he's not entirely sure which one of the perps say it, but he did hear one of them say, if he tries to move, put 2 bullets in him. So immediately he knows it's not just a robbery. There is a chance he could die. His family could die. And it's so funny because these assholes are saying, you know, if he moves, put 2 bullets in him. And later on they try and claim, you know, each of them that they wanted to leave the family unharmed. You know, they weren't going to do anything. But lo and behold, the very first thing they do when they enter the home is take a baseball bat and cave a man's skull in. Sorry, just had to do my eyeliner off camera because as we know, I cannot do that on camera. So I've added liner. Let's continue. So these men, they start making their way up the stairs in the family home. And like I said earlier, this is where Jennifer, Haley and Michaela were sleeping. At this point, they are still completely unaware of anything that's taken place downstairs. They were still asleep only to be awoken by complete monsters, complete strangers in their bedroom, in their safe space, restraining them at the wrists, at the ankles, tying them to their bedposts, and then putting pillowcases over their head. They have no idea what the intentions are. They have no idea if they're going to make it out alive. Jennifer has no idea how her daughters are. They have no idea how their mother is. And the scumbags in question in this case was Stephen Hayes and Joshua Komisarjevsky. I don't really care if I can say his name right because he's a POS scum of the earth, and honestly wish I didn't even have to waste my breath speaking about him. So I'm not going to sit and try and get his name right because they deserve zero respect, so they will be getting none from me. And with what they go on to do to this family in their own home proves to me that the intention was never just robbery. It was always something far darker, far nefarious. Now, once they are happy that they've got all of the victims restrained, they would make their way through the home. They are ransacking every possible place that they can in the hopes that they can find some money. Now, because the money isn't being found quick enough, they're getting a bit ratty, a bit upset. But the men realise, you know, we should probably put William Petit downstairs in the basement. So they take him down, they tie him to a support pole so he can't move, and of course so he can't come to the aid of his family. Because they see him as the biggest threat. Because who knows, if he broke out of his restraints, he could probably beat their ass. And they knew that. But not only that, having him out of the way gives them better access to do what it is that they want to do. So like I said, the men, they're getting a bit angry, a bit ratty, a bit infuriated that they can't find the money that belongs to completely different people. They can't find the money that they're trying to rob from these innocent victims. But then they come across something, a check register, which tells them that there is at least $40,000 in the Petit bank account. But from what they can see, it's not within the home. And they decide if they can't find any money in the home, they're going to go to the bank and get it. Now, of course, they can't go by themselves because people would take one look at them and be like, yeah, you're not Jennifer Petit or William Petit. Nice try. 911, police, come and pick up these scumbags. Now, surveillance footage from a gas station around the same time, this would show Stephen Hayes going to the gas station. He got $10 worth of gasoline and he had filled up 2 petrol cans. 2 petrol cans full. Now, he didn't put this in a car, he just took it right back to the Petit home. All whilst that Komisarjevsky freak, he was waiting back with the Petit family while Stephen Hayes was out getting this. So when he arrives back at the home with the gasoline, they basically force Jennifer Petit up on her feet. They say, come on, you're coming with me. We're going to take a trip together and we're going to go to the bank. They told Jennifer that they were looking for her to withdraw at least $15,000 and that she better not do anything stupid. The minute they catch wind that she's maybe alerted someone to what is going on at the home, back home, Komisarjevsky, he's going to murder the family. So they arrive at the bank that morning and Stephen Hayes, he keeps his distance, but he's also close enough to Jennifer that she can't run away or anything like that. So Jennifer, she makes her way over to the bank teller and she is trying to act as normal as she possibly can, but bearing in mind the ordeal that her family are facing, not knowing what is happening to her family back home, there's only so much normalcy you can outwardly portray. So Jennifer, she talks to the bank teller, she asks for $15,000, and then very calmly and bravely, when she finds an opening, she quietly tells this teller, that man that's with me, he is holding my family hostage and he has threatened our lives. Now, the bank teller says to the bank manager, and the bank manager immediately calls the police, but they don't act a certain way. They don't act as though anything shady is going on. They don't want to alert Stephen. But the police, they would be notified of the situation at the Petite family home whilst Jennifer left the bank, again with Stephen Hayes. When the bank manager and teller are explaining to the police what they've just witnessed, the police are asking all sorts of questions. And the teller at one point says, you know, the home invader that she was with, he seemed calm. It seemed as though they're only there for the money, but of course they have been threatened, so we need to get people out to the house right away. So the Cheshire police, they respond to the call from the bank teller and manager, and they start to assess the situation. They try and respond in the best way they can think of. So they decide they're going to set up a vehicle perimeter sort of around the home, but they're keeping enough distance that they're not going to tip off these home invaders about their knowledge of the situation. Whilst the police are maintaining a distance from this home, the situation inside, devastatingly, it's only going to escalate. It's only going to get so much worse. So Kamosarjevsky, whatever his fucking name is, he was the one who spotted Jennifer and Michaela earlier that night at the Stop and Shop store, and he would later admit himself that Michaela was the reason he wanted to follow them home. He was attracted to Michaela, 11-year-old Michaela, and with that, at this point in this whole ordeal, he proceeds to rape Michaela, this little girl, who has been restrained to her bed, who is unable to fight back, whose dad can't come and save her because he is tied up in the basement. Not only that, but he films and photographs this entire ordeal. He was planning on using it to extort Michaela's mum and dad. Don't know what that was all about, but really I think it was just something that he could later look back on, you know, if they got out of this situation. So he would later claim that when he raped Michaela, he believed that she was at least 14 years old, maybe even 16. As if that makes the situation any better. And let's call a spade, because that man, that monster, all he was a sick fucking paedophile. And that's it. And because apparently even this level of complete horror and depravity wasn't enough for these cretins, Stephen Hayes decides that it's his time to shine. He rapes Jennifer Petite on their living room floor. And that living room was directly above the basement that William was currently tied up in, couldn't move from. William had to listen as his wife was raped on that living room floor. And of course he's shouting up, but that is really all he can do at this point. He is listening to Jennifer scream, cry. And when he shouts up to these monsters, begging them to stop, one of them shouts down, responding to him by saying, "Don't worry, it'll all be over in just a couple of minutes." And I can't even tell you how much that just turns my stomach. Because we all know what he means by it'll all be over in a couple of minutes, right? It's to give him time to... Yeah, we know. As this is going on, William is doing absolutely everything that he possibly can to try and break free. He knows that, you know, really, he's the only one who can put an end to this. His daughters, his wife, they're in situations where their power has been completely taken from them. They're restrained, they're tied up. He needs to do something. And after quite literally fighting and wrestling with his restraints, William's able to break free. And in this moment, he thinks to himself, and I quote, "I thought, it's now or never." Because in my mind at that moment, I thought they were going to shoot us all. So William, he is able to get out of the basement. Okay, he crawls out that door that these creeps came in through. He crawls over to his neighbour's house, who, by the way, couldn't even recognise him because of how disfigured he looked after the beating with a baseball bat. In the midst of Jennifer being raped, Kamljarveski, or whatever his name is, Kamysarvjeski, he goes down to check on William because he thinks, you know, he was shouting, now he's really quiet, what's going on there? And he sees that William's escaped. And best believe he poops his little pants. And I have to say, in the moment when I had seen that the guy alerts Stephen Hayes that William has escaped, I kind of thought, because they're so freaked out, maybe they'll just leave the home. They'll leave Hayley, Michaela and Jennifer in the home. I mean, what they've faced is horrific, but maybe they'll get to survive. But this wouldn't be the case. Because Stephen Hayes, he then turns around and he strangles Jennifer to death, leaving her laying there on that living room floor. And then he takes the cans of gasoline and he pours it over Jennifer's body. They then walk through the house, the pair of them, just pouring the gasoline all over the house. They go into the bedrooms of Michaela and Hayley. Both girls are still alive, and they pour gasoline over these girls. They douse Hayley and Michaela in gasoline whilst they're still restrained to their beds. They both go back downstairs into the main room, the living room. They set the house alight, and then they flee in the family car. This entire ordeal that the Petite family had suffered through, it had lasted 7 hours. 7 hours of absolute terror and torture. However, what we should bear in mind at this point is that the police, they have set up surveillance, they've set up roadblocks, and when they're trying to flee the Petite family home in their own fricking car, the police see them right away, and immediately a chase breaks out. I mean, listen, it is a short-ass chase because these losers, they can't drive for love nor money, but these assholes, they end up going around a corner and they crash into another police car. At that point, Stephen Hayes and Joshua Kamysarvjeski, whatever, they are arrested and taken straight into custody. And it wasn't long before the police realised this isn't these losers' first time breaking into people's home, invading their safety, security and comfort. So I'm going to do just a very brief whistle-stop tour on these two weirdos, and it's going to be brief, trust me. So first of all, let's dive into Stephen Joseph Haynes, the guy that looks like a melted welly boot crossed with Mr. Potato Head and also a frozen meatball. He was born on May the 30th of 1963, and honestly it just seemed as though from the get-go he was a waste of space and a waste of oxygen. By the age of 16 in 1980, Hayes would be convicted of his first burglary offence, and he would be tried as an adult for this. Annoyingly, he would be paroled in 1982, but just 7 weeks later, because these assholes just can't keep it together, can they? 7 weeks later, he violated said parole. And do you know what is actually insane to know and to think about is between this time of 1982 and then 2007, Stephen Hayes was arrested 30 times. I don't know if the loser was going for some kind of Guinness World Record, but he was trying something. And listen, I don't know what yous all think, right? But I just think if someone is committing the same kind of offences over and over and over again 30 frickin' times, might be time to think about locking them up and throwing away the key, or, you know, frying them. The last arrest that he would face before the Petite family murders was a burglary charge where he had basically used a rock to break into a woman's car to then steal her purse. So he was incarcerated again for this, but he was then paroled in 2006 but was sent to Silman House, which is a halfway house, I suppose. And whilst he was here, he would meet a dear friend with the same kind of shitty standards as him himself. Joshua Kamysarvjeski. That was pretty smooth. I didn't want to get that loser's name right because he doesn't deserve it, but I suppose, you know, a win is a win. So then we've got Joshua Kamysarvjeski. He was born on August the 10th of 1980. He was adopted as a child because he was born to his mother when I think she had just turned 16, and his father was literally just out of his teens. But he was adopted, and he would claim later in life that as a child he was sexually abused, he was tortured, he was beaten, which, if that happened, it's dreadful. It's absolutely freaking awful. We can't deny that. But as awful as it is never, ever, ever an excuse to do what he did later. There is no excuse for becoming the literal spawn of Satan. Let me tell you, little Commissar Chesky person, he would become the spawn of Satan quite early in his life, because by the early 1990s, his own sister accused him of sexually assaulting her. Now, he goes to court for this. He is tried, he is convicted, and his own adoptive father stood up and said, you know what? I can't say anything good about it. It is likely that he has done what my daughter's accused him of. His own freaking father couldn't even say, nah, he's a stand-up guy, give him a second chance. He was like, no, you know what? Like, little satanic panic over there. I think he did it. So, do as you need to. In 2002, he would be arrested on 18 separate home invasion charges. Even the judge said that he was cold-blooded, that he was basically a cold-blooded evil person, and yet somehow he gets out to reoffend. Commissar Jeske, he had basically said that he loved invading people's homes. He loved invading their space, violating their space and their security. And when he was burglarising the home or doing whatever he was doing, he would go into the bedrooms of each sleeping individual and just listen to them breathe. If you want to listen to someone breathe, go on YouTube and type in Darth Vader breathing on repeat. There is no need to sit and linger in people's bedrooms. In December 2002, he would be convicted of 12 burglary charges, which again is just freaking insane. He would be sentenced to 9 years in prison with 6 years of special parole. So he would be paroled in April of 2007, which honestly is crazy, because then this was all committed in July. May, June, July. 3 months of being a somewhat normal individual. But I mean, I reckon he was probably still invading homes in this time, but maybe just wasn't caught. Now, the reason he was paroled, right, was because prosecutors, they were meant to send over the parole board the transcript of this case, like to properly say everything that had taken place. But the prosecutors, they never did this. So the parole board go with their best bet, and they're like, yeah, okay, let's get you out, let's parole you. And he would be paroled to a halfway house, and lo and behold, it was the Silman halfway house where he would meet Stephen Haynes. Now, coming back to the present day of this crime, July 23rd, once investigators are able to go into the home, once the flames have been extinguished, they make their way inside. Jennifer Petit, she would be found in the living room where she had been left by Stephen Haynes and Joshua. As they move their way up the staircase, Hayley, who was still restrained to her bed at the time the fire had taken place, she was now located at the top of the staircase. It was clear that she had managed to break out of her restraints, but before she was able to flee from the house, she collapsed due to smoke inhalation and passed away. Now, due to the 3rd and 4th degree burns at the bottom of her feet, the medical examiner said that it's very likely she was very, very close to the fire at the time that she died, but they didn't know if the burns had occurred while she was still alive or when she had already passed away. That in itself just makes me so sad, because she was so close. You know, she had finally broken free, and it's like this sick pang of hope that people get, and then it's just taken away. 11-year-old Michaela, she was found in her bed. She was still restrained at the wrists, but her bottom half was hanging off of the bed. She had also received various burns to her body, and again, the medical examiner stated they don't know if the burns occurred while she was still alive or when she was dead, but there was a possibility that Michaela might still have been alive. Her cause of death would also be ruled as smoke inhalation. Now, when the autopsies were performed, the medical examiner concluded that there was semen inside of Michaela's body and also on her clothes. Not only that, but when they were examining her clothes, they had found traces of bleach, like the person who had assaulted her had then tried to clean her with bleach to get rid of the DNA evidence. And you know, it's just so funny, because see, as soon as this whole thing went to trial, the duo were no longer a united duo anymore. It was time to turn the backs on each other. Because Stephen Hayes, his defence turned around and basically said, oh, well, you know, like this, it wasn't really him. He didn't do this. This was all Komisarjärveski, Pleski, Cheski, mess of a guy. And it's like, right, of course, like that must have been the reason, because, you know, Stephen Hayes being a fully grown ass man, he just, standing there watching, accidentally participating? Is that the route we're going for? Accidental participation? Thankfully, the prosecution, they were having none of this BS, because they could see that this wasn't a situation of one man dragging the other along. This was very much two calculated, sick, depraved, demented individuals that were happy to go along with this together. Both of these people were fully involved and they were fully responsible. When it came to deliberation, this went relatively quick. The jury had decided that they were guilty within 5 hours. And we like to hear that, a quick deliberation. And now we come to the bit where they're trying to work out the exact sentence, and the jury are going back and forth whether they want life in prison or whether they want them to get the death penalty. Fry them, live, laugh, twist or bath, hang, draw and quarter them. So they're all pretty split. They're going back and forth because they're trying to figure out what is justice in a case so horrific. What actually equalises what this family endured, and they realise that nothing could possibly qualify as justice in this case. But after a few days of going back and forth on this, they came back with their answer, and that was a death penalty. And here's just a little snippet that tells you absolutely everything that you need to know about Stephen Hayes as a person. And that was that when this verdict was read out, he smiled. Yeah, he was like a jolly old fat man just staring back at them. Because Stephen Hayes, he had stated to his attorney that the death penalty is exactly what he wanted. Because the thing worse than that to him was sitting in a cell for the rest of his life, having to think about what he did. Having to face boredom in prison. And honestly, at that moment, if I were the jury, I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, did we say death penalty? We actually meant rot in prison for the rest of your life. Yeah. Now, at one point, he does try and come out with an apology to the family, to William. He claims that death would be a relief not just to him, but he imagines that it would be a relief to the family knowing that he was dead. See, he's not so tough anymore, is he? Like, when he's actually having to face the death penalty, suddenly he's not tough anymore. And in my opinion, with this apology, he's not apologising at all. He's just talking. No one's interested in listening to him, but yet he keeps going. The judge in this case, he didn't hold back. He would dish out 6 death sentences, and not only that, there was like 100 years just stacked on top of it. And he tells Stephen Hayes, this is a sentence that you've created for yourself. This is your fault. Because you're a loser, cretin, weirdo, creep, freak. I don't think he said the last part, but it'd be good if he did. Now, when it came to Komisarjärveski's situation, it was very much the same, just a different excuse. His defence had tried to flip the other way, claiming that Stephen Hayes, he was the mastermind behind everything, that Stephen Hayes had forced him into this situation, that he was just some confused, easily led little follower. Again, we've got a grown man with apparently no agency whatsoever. But thankfully, the jury, they didn't buy that either, and he would be served the death penalty. Great, let's be done with these freaks. But do you know, this loser, even when he was in his sentencing phase, he had tried to say that he didn't want anyone to die. He wasn't responsible for that. It was never meant to get so out of hand. It was meant to be a robbery, get the money, leave. Weren't you the one to initiate sexually assaulting a child? He tries to say that he wasn't responsible for everything that had happened, which is very, very interesting because weren't you there? Weren't you involved? Like, people are dead, and at some point the mental gymnastics that you're trying to do are just frickin' insulting. And do you know, this loser, even after sentencing, when he was in prison, he kept a diary. And in this diary, he's blaming someone. But he's not blaming himself. He's not blaming Stephen Hayes. At this point, he was blaming William Petit, claiming that if William had just complied, his family would still be alive. that it was his fault that his wife and his daughters were dead. He then says that William could have stopped all of that if he wanted. He's meant to be their protector. He's meant to be the first person that they can rely on, and he let them down. The audacity of this loser and his evil mutant face. But I mean, honestly, it's just the same pattern, isn't it? The whole distancing, deflecting, blaming someone else is what all these creeps do. Now, both of these vile monsters, these creatures, they were given execution dates, but in 2015, Connecticut actually abolished the death penalty. So now both of them will be serving life sentences in prison, which kind of brings comfort, because I don't think that's what either of them wanted. I mean, we know Stephen Hayes certainly didn't want that, and I can only imagine that Kamysharveshke Peprobde probably didn't want that either. But there we go, and I hope the prison has a field day with the both of them. Now, before I move on, just because it is part of the case, I guess, I just wanted to confirm that in 2025, Stephen Hayes stopped being Stephen Hayes. He came out as transgender, and he now goes by the name Linda May Lee. And that's the last sort of detail that we know about these creeps. And I honestly don't care to dive any deeper into what's going on with them. I just hope that prison is hell, and it only gets worse. Now, of course, the only person to walk out of this attack alive was William Petit himself. I mean, he was severely injured, and the recovery that he would have to do physically and mentally, I can't even fathom that whatsoever. His recovery, it wouldn't be quick, it wouldn't be easy, and after all of this, something else came of it entirely. Because when you survive something like this, it's not just about waking up every day and trying to recover and put the pieces back together, it's waking up and realising again and again and again that your family is gone forever. In the years that had followed this brutal, horrific murder, William did eventually return to his work as a doctor, return to medicine, the thing that he was so passionate about. And I think that in itself says a lot about his resilience. He also became involved in a lot of advocacy work, in particular around criminal justice and also public safety. At one point, he was also supporting legislation regarding home invasion laws within Connecticut, pushing for change in how these types of crimes and their criminals are dealt with. Over time, William was able to rebuild parts of his life. He was able to remarry, he went on and had some more children. Whilst he was creating a new family, each and every single day he still remembers and memorialises the one that he lost. He has spoken and continues to speak publicly about Jennifer, Haley, Michaela, and he ensures that they're not just remembered for what happened to them, but for who they were as people and the joy that they had brought to his life. As of now, he still lives in Connecticut, he is still working within medicine, and every single day he is still carrying that huge loss with him. Because the reality of this situation is, there's no version of this story where someone just magically moves on. There's only learning how to live with what's been left. Jennifer, Haley and Michaela, they weren't just headlines, they weren't just a case. This was a mother, a daughter on the brink of a bright future, and a younger daughter who didn't even have the chance to grow up. Each and every single one of them had plans, responsibilities, they had their own little routines, they had their little personal quirks that made them them. They are missed every single day by those who knew and loved them. And even now, long after the trials, the sentences, the headlines that were gradually fading out, what matters hasn't changed. 3 lives were lost, and 1 man was left to carry that trauma and those losses forever. The impact of that night, it didn't end when the fire went out. It is something that continues day in and day out. And it is our responsibility as people who consume true crime to remember the people who truly matter in these cases. That is Jennifer, Haley, Michaela, and William. These are the people that this story belongs to. No one else. But my loves, that is it for another True Crime and Makeup episode. Thank you so much for sitting down with me today as we discussed this case and went through it. It wasn't easy. I know it was difficult, and I'm so appreciative that you have stuck around and listened to this case and listened to the story in full, because that is why we're here. That's why we do what we do, to memorialise these victims, to tell their stories, no matter how hard they might be to hear. It is the least they deserve. Now, if you're new here and you haven't yet subscribed to my channel, why not? Let me know. No, but seriously, if you could please subscribe, like, comment, share the video if you feel obliged. If you could please hype the video It would mean the world to me. We have the most wonderful, supportive community on here, and honestly, just to be part of that is reason to subscribe. Like, we have the best people on the internet. And that's that. Thank you so much to all my regulars, all my OGs who have been here from the beginning, who continue to join me every single week, twice a week. It means the freaking world to me. And honestly, I'll never be able to put into words how much I appreciate you, how much I adore every single one of you. But just know from the bottom of my heart, I am so thankful. Any details you need will be left in description down below. Social media handles, Instagram, TikTok. Highly suggest you follow me on both because I will be doing this full time soon and I will have updates on those platforms if you wanna. I will also leave product details of what I've used on my face today in the description down below. Don't you forget that you can leave your case suggestions in the comments. I go through them all. They all get added to a big list and I do eventually cover them. But I think that's it for today. Is it? I think so. So on that note, please, please, please remember, be a good person. Do not be a bad person. Stay safe. Look after each other. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye!